Okay, I believe we've started a stream here. We are live right now on YouTube, I believe. Yep. Okay. So we have put this together kind of last minute here. We've got a bare bones stream. All of my, the entire crew is on vacation. So we've got Andy, though, and we've got Caleb, and we've got some people in the background that are going to help us through this. If you can hear Caleb's audio, I've got him unmuted. I'm going to turn him off just in a second. But for those of you who are just now tuning in, who are, maybe you didn't know anything was going on today, here is a little bit of an update as to what we've got going on. We've got a tornado on the ground currently in Kentucky, Logan, Simpson, and Warren counties. You guys are under a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Also, let me know in chat, guys, if you can see me, if you can hear me, and if everything's okay. We're using a completely different software even to stream today, so bear with me if there's anything that's wrong. But we do have that particularly dangerous situation tornado warning because there's a big tornado on the ground just to the north and west of Corinth, Kentucky, moving up towards Dennis, Auburn, and South Union. This has already caused significant damage. We've got a clip from Caleb where he saw this move through an area just to the northwest of Clarksville, Tennessee. This has been on the ground for a while, and we expect it to continue to do so. While I find that video from Caleb, Andy, do you got anything to get us caught up to speed here?
Yeah, I do, Ryan. Thanks for including me here on this stream that we've got going right when we need to here, because we have several cells that are sort of in a line.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Get this warning coming through. You'll hear warnings, new tornado warnings for these several cells that are back in western entering central Tennessee that are going to be a problem for the next few hours. There are more than supportive environmental conditions in place that are, right over the Nashville, Tennessee area and areas west along I-40. That's where that new tornado warning came through for Humphreys County near Waverly in Tennessee. So these are going to enter the same environment that you're going to watch this clip that Caleb just got near the northern part of Clarksville, Tennessee earlier. These cells are entering that same environment and have the potential or even greater potential to do the same thing, similar things. And they've got plenty of space out in front of them, plenty of daytime ahead of them, and again, plenty of supportive conditions, both kinematically and thermodynamically. So we are here now. And there will be plenty to cover, so please spread the word. Stay with us through the day because we've got multiple hours ahead of us of possibly seeing more damaging tornadoes, and we want to be the first to let you know where those are.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Guys, we've got some... once again, we're using a new software and everything. It's just me and Andy and Caleb today, so there might be some bugs. Let us know in chat if we need to change anything. Here's that tornado. Here's that tornado that we saw from Caleb earlier today. And guys, he's streaming as well over on YouTube, Caleb Beecham Storm Chasing. I've got a link on Twitter if you guys want to see where he's streaming at, but we're going to be tuning in to him throughout the rest of the day because he's close to where this storm is right now. But you can see right here, this is a mostly rain-wrapped, kind of like shielded in the darkness there, damaging tornado that moved just to the north and west of Clarksville earlier today. That same storm is what's causing us to go live right now because we still have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning associated with this. And this is where the tornado is, just south of Dennis, moving up towards South Union and Rockville. This is in Kentucky. The storm has, compared to what we were looking at earlier, the storm has weakened a little bit, but we do expect that it could potentially recycle back up as the peak ingredients, I guess, for tornadoes weren't supposed to be in place until maybe around right now to 6 p.m. So we're just now entering where we think some of the strongest tornado producing storms could kind of pop up. We've got more tornado warnings than just that one in Kentucky. We've got them all the way back here down into West Tennessee and moving into Middle Tennessee as well. Down here in Houston and Humphreys County in Tennessee, we've got a pretty big storm with a potential tornado moving towards Waverly, Tennessee right now. This is that area that got hit by the big flood not too long ago. This is also going to move into the Gorman and McEwen area in Tennessee. Another big tornado warning back here closer to Clarksburg. That one is moving towards Holiday. It's kind of paralleling Interstate 40 there. Way back to the south and west, even more tornado warnings are apparent here in Arkansas and Mississippi near Clarksdale once again, and Jonestown. This is a very dangerous storm. And right now it's radar indicated, but I would not be surprised at all if we saw a tornado come down here near Jonestown in the very near future. Okay, so big picture here, we've got several tornadoes or tornado warnings. We've got one for sure tornado going on right now in Kentucky. We expect this to continue at least through 7, 8, 9 p.m. And then this turns into a mostly damaging wind threat. Okay, I'm sorry I'm late. We did not expect a huge, situation like what we're seeing right now. We definitely knew that there was going to be tornadoes, but man, we have seen a lot of them today, and we're starting to hear about a lot of, damage from this as well. So if I can get up with Caleb, let me see if he can hear me. Caleb, this is a test. We're live on YouTube. Can you hear me right now, man? I'm going to ask him about, what he's seeing, what's going on out
Ryan,
there.
I got you loud and clear.
Okay.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris.
Okay,
Do you
we
have
also
a copy?
got Chris chiming in. So we're going to go back with Caleb first. Caleb, tell us about what you saw earlier and where you are now and what your plans are for, the next, hour or so. So this is Caleb, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So it all kind of started out, we were dropping south, went to Bowling Green. I dropped south towards the Clarksville area, knowing that a tornado warning cell that had already produced a tornado near the Arkansas-Tennessee border would eventually start to push its way that way. And then pretty much out of nowhere, a storm popped up, and it very quickly started to rotate. And we're seeing a lot of that rotation pop up around the area today. And as it kind of continued, I see it rotate. The rotation dies off. The couplet kind of just looks bad for a little bit. And then all of a sudden I look back over. Really nice lowering starts to happen. And all of a sudden it just produces right in front of us. And literally right on top of, I believe it's the military base in Clarksville. But right now we're heading north towards Allensville, eventually towards the Russellville area, as well as Bowling Green. We're trying to catch back up with this system, as it is, I believe, still producing a tornado, or at least trying to. So we're going to keep monitoring that as time goes on here.
Okay, and guys, once again, Caleb is just to the south and west of Russellville. This is the, man, my buttons ain't even working today. This is where he is. Right here, that little green circle with the R logo. He's on Highway 79 moving towards Cave Springs and Russellville. This is the storm that he's talking about, and it's also probably the most concerning storm on the map right now. These storms back here towards, central Tennessee or middle Tennessee are probably going to be our main focus over the next couple of hours. But the storm approaching Bowling Green is likely still producing a tornado or getting ready to produce another one. And so Bowling Green, the city of Bowling Green, you guys are under a tornado warning right now, so please make sure you're getting into your safe spot. Once again, I'm sorry I'm late, guys. We should have been on here a couple of hours ago, but a series of unfortunate events led us to not being able to do that. But here we are at Bowling Green. Get to your safe spot. Rockfield, Woodburn. Make sure you get underground if you can, or if you can't get underground, get into the most interior room of your home, or preferably, something without windows. Okay. Andy's got an update for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, something else I'm watching that may not be the first thing you think about in a day like this, especially down here in the deep south, is a big hail threat, specifically from the storm to the south and east of Memphis near Coldwater, Mississippi, and heading to the east, eventually to the Holly Springs area. 2.5-inch hail has fallen from this storm, which is significant. And what I'm watching here is I'm watching for the storm to enter an environment that's more favorable for tornadoes, but less favorable for hail. As it stands right now, it is in a hail favorable environment. I looked at the photographs, which is how the winds change with height above your head. And I can see that there's very little little low level shear there, very little changing of the winds in the lowest layer, but there's still a lot blowing the storm out ahead, creating a strong supercell. And thus, as this enters more favorable low-level shear, I'm waiting to see if we will lose that hail signature you can see on Ryan's radar right here. And once we do, I think this will transition. This cell would transition to a tornado threat, specifically for the south central Tennessee area along Highway 64. So heads up for that well ahead of time. Like I'm saying, we're going to be here for multiple hours, and I think this is one of the storms that could transition into one of those primary threats for tornadoes later on. But right now it is dropping very large hail, so heads up for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. This is the storm that he was just talking about here. You see all the bright pinks and some of the blacks coming into view there on the reflectivity. Big hail coming into Jonestown. Also up here a little bit farther to the north and east, this is also in that same general vicinity of where Andy is talking about, where the big hail is coming into places like Holly Springs over the next little bit. Interstate 22, I would hate to be on that road over the next little bit, as this storm not only drops some big hail, but also potentially starts rotating here. You see the little bit of a curvature on the bottom of the storm here. This is where the warm air is trying to come in to the inflow side. We've got a rear flank downdraft trying to form here. This could be our next big tornado producer here. But right now, the main thing that we are concerned about with this particular storm, and this is actually the storm that he was talking about, is the big hail, 2.5 inch in diameter hail, moving towards Holly Springs, Interstate 22 right now in Mississippi. But man, look at how it's trying to curve. Look at how it's trying to rotate. That is unfortunately what we're going to be looking at over the next several hours. Even up here in Middle Tennessee, a little bit better wind shear. Okay, we've got some better kinematics the farther north we go. Not as much in the way of instability, but hey, we learned just a couple of hours ago with the big tornado that tracked between Kentucky and Tennessee near Clarksville and Russellville that doesn't matter today. Okay, so as these storms get a little bit more mature, we're going to see more tornadoes, I'm sure of it, over here in Middle Tennessee, especially around the border between Kentucky and Tennessee. Bowling Green, Glasgow, Monticello, Nashville even, Hendersonville, Clarksville, Franklin, all you guys in this general vicinity right here need to be on high alert this afternoon and evening, as this system is really coming together. December 9th, 2023. We're going to be talking about tornadoes and hail all evening, it does look like. So Chris Hall came through a little bit earlier. Let's get an update from him. Chris, I've got you. I'm sorry I didn't respond. We've got a lot going on, but we are dying for an update from you now. What do you got for us?
Hey, Ron, we are following this storm. We're paralleling it right now on Highway 664, heading towards the town of Woodburn. This is Kentucky land. Believe it or not, it's a little flat where I'm at, but it ain't going to stay that way for long. Had a multi-vortex tornado there about 45 minutes ago on stream, and we have followed it ever since. And we're going to move on up towards the town of Woodburn, and if it continues to look the way it is, it looks like it's maybe about to drop another tornado just to the west of the town of Woodburn. If it does, we're going to track that on up into Bowling Green. If not, we're going to shoot back down 65 to that newly developed tornado just to the southwest of Clarksville, Tennessee.
All right, sounds good. And just so you know, I've got a bare bones, setup going on here, but I do have your stream pulled up on YouTube. So just, holler at me if, anything happens, and I will pull you up in a web browser here. Okay. All right.
Okay, sounds good. We're about 3 miles out, and we should have a visual on this storm. If anything is there, it is rain wrapped as of right now.
Okay. Actually, yes. I do have him up on YouTube. All right. I'm trying my best here, guys. If you're just now tuning in, please do us a favor and share the stream. Okay, share the stream. Get it out there, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever it is that you can do to help us. We need to make sure that we get the information out. I think we did a pretty good job of covering this storm leading up to it. We've had a lot of good information out on our extra channel almost a week and a half in advance. We started tracking this thing. But right now, things are getting real, and it looks like the system overall is overperforming a little bit, as we do have a tornadic supercell trying to get close to Rockfield, Woodburn, and Bowling Green. This is the storm that Chris is on. This is the one that Caleb Beecham is on, and this is the one that's been causing most of the trouble today. Right now, some of the latest scans don't look as impressive, but you can still see the big rotating area right here to the south and west of Rockfield. And that's moving, pretty much parallel to Highway 68 up towards the southern Bowling Green area. So hopefully everybody over there is in their safe spot. Lots of reports coming in of damage behind this thing. We've got dispatch reporting several houses and barns damaged, mainly near Olmsted, Kentucky. We've got a report of, many trees and power lines down between barns, and barns destroyed, in addition to minor damage to houses along US 79 southwest of Allensville. So you can kind of see where all these reports are. You can see the straight line here. We had a long track tornado touch down just to the north and west of Clarksville, and then cross the Tennessee border up towards Kentucky, south of Russellville, which is where Stormchaser Caleb Beecham is right now. You can see his live view above me. He's actually in Hull Force 1, which is now equipped with a 360 degree pan tilt and zoom camera on top of the vehicle, which if we need that, obviously we did earlier, we'll be able to cut to that. And then Chris Hall's on the other side of the storm over here near Smiths Grove and Glasgow. We don't have actually, we do have storm chasers that we can cut to down here in Middle Tennessee. So we're probably going to start focusing a lot on these as they move towards places like Dixon, Lobelville, and Centerville in Tennessee. This is over the next several hours we're going to be watching these, but you can see how the rotation is present in all of them. Okay, it's just very broad. It's starting to tighten up a little bit in the storm on the tail end there, closer to Sugar Tree and New Johnsonville, but we expect that continues to happen as we go forward. And then, of course, we're still watching these storms back towards Mississippi as well, with the big hail getting ready to move through Holly Springs. So I'm trying to look at chat some too. How is Knoxville good? Knoxville's good right now. We're going to have some problems later tonight, maybe with some wind. The tornado threat will likely not be a huge deal then. Here's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. The severe weather threat will increase as storms approach from the west. There's going to be a new watch issued between 3 and 4 p.m. That's
a new tornado warning
around,
has been issued.
Somerset, Kentucky, down towards Middle Tennessee, to the east of Nashville, but not quite to Knoxville. So that is, a new watch that's going to be coming out here very soon, as we do expect these storms to continue for quite some time. Bear with me today, guys, as none of my buttons are working. Nothing's working. But, hey, we've got the radar. We've got, meteorologist Andy Hill, and we've got our storm chasers, and that's all we need. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds does go all the way out to Charlotte and Cumberland Furnace here in Tennessee. And this is the storm. The reason I keep going back to this one, this is the storm that will ultimately eventually impact the greater Nashville area. There's two pretty concerning looking storms here that are moving east northeast. These are the ones that are coming into our probably most populated region of who's to be impacted today. Checking back in on our storm up here near Bowling Green. We just heard that new tornado warning come through. That's going to go all the way out to Glasgow, Park City, Smith Grove, Pondsville, and Plum Springs in Kentucky. Highway or Interstate 65 is pretty much under the gun for this tornado warning, as the storm continues to look impressive, and it very well could still be producing a tornado right now, but it's not like what we were seeing earlier. Let me pull this back a little bit, I'll show you what the velocity couplet was looking like when this thing was very close to probably prompting a tornado emergency, likely from the National Weather Service. It was a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. Look at that couplet right there. That's what we're going to be looking for as time goes on today, as potentially we're going to have even more very strong tornadoes this evening. Here recently, though, some of the more recent scans, you can see how that rotation has died off a little bit, but it's still there. It's still there. You can still see the couplet, and this storm is in an environment that will be, kind of supportive of that happening again in the future. That's why we're kind of really buckling down on trying to tell everybody in Bowling Green and Glasgow, Kentucky, to take shelter now. And Andy has some words for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I'm watching this currently unwarned storm near Holiday, Tennessee. That's going to head up toward the Bold Spring area in southern Humphreys County, Tennessee. Eventually, again, that like Ryan said, that's the one that's going to head generally in the direction of the greater Nashville area, metro area. Right now, it's not warned, but I'm looking at it specifically from the Nashville radar, OHX. If you want to pull that one up, you can see pretty strong mesocyclone, or the spinning part of the storm, well aloft, so 1.5 miles above the surface here. I can see that it's spinning quite a bit, and it has been consistent at that height. I would not be surprised if there was a tornado warning issued for this. We're a little bit far away from some radars, but I would advise y'all watch out ahead of this thing and expect maybe a tornado warning to come through with this storm, especially as it continues to exist in a favorable environment. So, and then in coordination with that, what I'm thinking about with these storms is, in particular, the extent of the tornado threat. Right now, we're working with very marginal instability, so it's just barely unstable enough for these supercells to punch up and continue to pose a threat for several hours. Once we reach sundown, that should quickly vanish in terms of tornado threat. But like Ryan said, the wind threat will continue to exist, but die off generally through the evening hours. So once we hit sundown, I think these storms will be east of Nashville at that point, maybe Lebanon, Tennessee, and to the east along a line like that. At that point, I expect the tornado threat to diminish, but not be zero. So Nashville, I would let people know, if you know anybody in the Nashville metro area, I would let them know that we'll be continuing to cover these storms through the afternoon, which is when this event should be at its peak.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Guys, that's meteorologist Andy Hill. He's going to be giving us multiple updates throughout the day today. Just want to, for anybody who's just now tuning in and is wondering why we're doing this emergency tornado coverage, is because this is what we saw earlier from our storm chaser, Caleb Beecham, and we expect to see potentially more of this tonight in Tennessee, Kentucky, maybe down there towards Mississippi. So this is what happened near Clarksville, Tennessee, just an hour or so ago.
Huge power flashes. Huge power flashes. There's no sirens yet, guys. No sirens. Big tornado on the ground. Here it goes, guys. Tornado on the ground.
So
right
once again,
in front of us. Clarksville, you guys
can see there's a powerful tornado back there. On a day like today, we call it a conditional threat. The conditions have been met. Okay, and we are watching the results of that unfold across Kentucky and Tennessee. This is the latest look at the storm that's approaching Bowling Green. I know we have a bunch of people in Bowling Green who watch the channel who are probably tuned in right now. Hopefully you're in your safe spot. You want to stay there because you have a very dangerous storm coming to you. But thankfully, this storm looks the least impressive as what we've seen all day in terms of what this storm's capable of doing. Hopefully that continues as it passes Bowling Green. But all the way over towards Smiths Grove and Glasgow, this thing's going to have the opportunity to kind of ramp back up as it comes your way. Okay, Bowling Green, Smiths Grove, and Glasgow, take shelter now. Back down to the south a little bit, we've got to talk about our storms that are entering the greater Nashville area on the western side. We're talking about places like Dixon, White Bluff, Van Leer, Sladen, Charlotte. You've got a very strong storm coming your way. And, there's two storms here. One of them is closer to New Johnsonville. The other one is closer to Silvertop. Both of these are rotating. Only one of them has a tornado warning right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see a new tornado warning issued for the one south of Camden and west of Bakerville. These storms are probably the ones that are most likely to cause the big problems as we go into the, the later afternoon and evening. But of course, we have to watch all of these storms that are popping up and down this line, all the way back towards Jackson. You can see here we've got a pretty strong storm moving through Madison County right now. 68-degree temperatures.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's going to continue to be the case as it moves through Lexington, Parsons, Decaturville, Linden, and Lobelville later tonight. And then all the way down here in Mississippi, we also have some severe thunderstorms. There was a tornado warning associated with one of these storms earlier. Now we've got two severe thunderstorm warnings. This one, the storm that's moving towards Holly Springs, is considerably dangerous with 2.5 inch in diameter hail. That's extremely damaging hail there. Tennis ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. People and animals outdoors will be injured. Expect hail to damage roofs, sidings, windows, and vehicles, and expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Holly Springs, Mount Pleasant, Red Banks, and Sladen are some of the places that are in the path of that. And then you just have to notice the rotation on the southern side of the storm as well. That could very quickly go tornadic if it wanted to. Huge update from the Storm Prediction Center before we started the stream, indicating that there is now an enhanced risk of severe weather with that 10% hatched probability for tornadoes. I'm going to show you that map if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. I'm going to try to get to Twitter as well. I know a lot of you guys are sending photos and videos. Please only do that if you can do so safely. But there's definitely tornadoes out there today, guys. Here's the SPC outlook for the rest of the day. Enhanced risk is between Memphis and Nashville there. A slight risk goes all the way over towards Knoxville, but not quite there yet. We've got a lot of Mississippi and Alabama in that as well. The tornado threat, the hatched tornado threat, is between Memphis and Nashville. It's pretty much what's driving the enhanced risk there. So you see the yellow, that's a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point in there. And the hatched indicator on top of that means that some of those tornadoes could be EF2 or higher strong tornadoes, okay? That was just put out right before we started the stream today. Earlier today, we had a 5% probability of seeing tornadoes, and that 5% existed while the big tornado went through, the northwestern side of Clarksville. And that's why it's important that no matter the probability, anytime there's a slight risk or any sort of risk from the Storm Prediction Center, you should be hyper weather aware, because anything can happen, especially on days like today. Brittany says, do you see the instability continuing into North Alabama, specifically around Huntsville, Alabama? Yes, there's definitely going to be some big storms tonight in and around Huntsville, Alabama. The tornado threat will not be quite as high as what we're looking at right now in West and Middle Tennessee, but certainly there is still going to be a probable likelihood that we see some sort of tornadic activity in North Alabama tonight. So make sure you are paying attention to those warnings as they come in. Michael says, Ryan, would you please tell Cooper that his parents love him? Yeah, absolutely, Michael. Thank you for that. What about Chattanooga? Chattanooga, you are pretty much out of the tornado threat for the most part. Some strong winds tonight, likely as the cold front comes through, but not much in the way of tornadoes. We really have a small area here where we're really concerned about like a lot of potentially, bad things happening with tornadoes. And it's right in here. It's right from where the line is now over to about Nashville. Okay, and that does include parts of northern Mississippi and extreme northwestern Alabama, but mostly it's Middle Tennessee here that we are really worried about. We talked about this a lot in yesterday's extra video. Pretty much the exact area that we were expecting to be the hot spot is turning out to be the hot spot. It's just a little bit hotter than what we thought it would be. Still looking at that rotation south of Bowling Green. It's there. This is a rotating storm. We still got that tornado warning, but thankfully it doesn't look nearly as gnarly as what we were looking at earlier. What about a mile or two south of the Clarksville, Tennessee? Clarksville, you've got a couple more bands of storms to come through, but the really strong storms that have been producing the tornadoes, that threat for you is probably going to be mostly over in the next 30 minutes or so. But you still got storms coming, so be weather aware. Clarksville, the actual downtown Clarksville area, really dodged a bullet with that big tornado going to the north and west of town. And that stole a lot of the instability or energy, I guess, that you guys would have needed to see something else happen. But there's still storms coming. That storm that we've been watching over here in Middle Tennessee, or the group of storms, I should say, back towards Waverly and Bakerville and, this whole area back here, it's really starting to look a lot more impressive. In 22 minutes, this tornado warning will expire. It's that one that was issued not too long ago for New Johnsonville, Bakerville, and Hurricane Mills. This is the one, unfortunately, that we're going to have to watch very closely as it continues to move to the east. Dixon, White Bluff, even Nashville, I would be hyper vigilant about making sure that I understand exactly what this storm is doing, where it's going, when it's going to be there, because this is going to be a big part of your day, unfortunately, if this storm survives that long and makes it all the way over there towards Nashville, and it looks like it's going to. Currently, we've got tornado warning for Warren County, Kentucky, Barron, Edmondson counties in Kentucky, and Humphreys County, Tennessee. And that's it right now. But I expect that to go up a little bit. Stormchaser Caleb Beecham is still trailing our storm in Kentucky. He's going back towards Bowling Green. It's still likely that something else happens with this storm, but right now it's thankfully falling apart a little bit. And all of our focus is really starting to shift towards this storm a little bit farther to the south. If I'm in Waverly or Bold Spring, I'm getting to shelter very quickly. Dan Scott, thank you so much. Not Toast Yet says, how about Middleton, Tennessee, south of Bolivar, Tennessee? Man, I feel we've done so much coverage out here. I'm so embarrassed that I have to try to figure out where that is because I really don't know. Bolivar, so you guys are getting ready to get a storm, and it is one of the storms that we have to watch for potentially trying to rotate, but thankfully right now it's below severe limits and it's not producing a tornado or even any rotation. So I think that storm's going to go past you all over the next, 45 minutes to an hour, and it likely won't become too much of a problem until it gets past you. I'm actually more concerned about Bethel Springs and Henderson. So definitely get ready for a storm, but hopefully the tornadic activity will stay at bay. Okay. Montgomery County's Sheriff's Office in Tennessee says that they are confirming damage to several houses in the area of Hand Estates in the vicinity of Garrettsburg Road. First responders and emergency services have staged in the area and are assessing the damage and safety of the residents. Due to potential dangers from the weather, downed power lines, and debris, we ask that the community shelter in place. We got, there's some pictures and stuff out here of the damage. I'm retweeting a lot of them. Wow. You guys are crazy. Like, there's a lot of stuff in here. If you have something that you want to share with me, you can do that on X, at Ryan Hall, y'all. That's my handle. It helps a lot. Unfortunately, today, it's going to be harder for me to show a lot of it just because I'm limited in what I'm capable of doing with our limited setup. But man, There's a lot of damage out there, and I'm retweeting as much of that as I can. No, no, people already asking about EF ratings. No, there's nothing I can say about that. We'll know sooner than later. Yeah, on the northwest side of Clarksville, Tennessee, I'm seeing a lot of like completely destroyed homes, gas stations, like seriously leveled, and you know, cars thrown around and all that kind of stuff. So it definitely looks like a very significant tornado. No problem, Princess. Sarah, how do we look in Russell Springs, Kentucky? I think for the most part, you guys are okay. We're mainly concerned right now about Polkville, Ponsville, Red Cross, Oil City, Glasgow, and Park City, as this storm is trying its best to recycle here a little bit. You can see there's some broad rotation here, but nothing quite like what we were seeing earlier. Bowling Green, the storm is passing downtown now. I'd stay sheltered at least for the next 20 minutes or so, but the threat will be over sooner than later. There's Stormchaser Caleb Beecham. That's where he's located. A lot of locations in the chat. Unfortunately, I can't zoom into every single one. Just know that this is the gist of what we're talking about. Big line of storms from Kentucky down to Mississippi. If you're west of this line, okay, the worst is over. If you're east of it, unfortunately, things are about to pick up for you. That includes Nashville. That includes Campbellsville, Kentucky. That includes Franklin, Tennessee, Mount Pleasant, Waynesboro. It includes Corinth, Mississippi, and Boonville. So just keep that in mind. I want to thank everybody for tuning in. Thank you for helping us spread the word here. We're about to see, I think, some more tornado warnings come through. Basically what I'm doing right now is I'm waiting for more information. I'm obviously very concerned about this storm near Holiday, Tennessee. Don't like what I see on radar with that. We're continuing to be concerned about the storm that's approaching Waverly, Tennessee. Both of these have the very real possibility of trying to produce tornadoes very soon. But right now, they're just in that stage where they're trying to do that. Big hail moving into Holly Springs right now, and then we're continuing to watch the storm that just passed Bowling Green, and we're trying to see what's going to happen with that. Stormchaser Caleb Beecham is on that storm right now.
That's going live. We had a tornado on the ground.
We'll see what he's saying.
Tennessee. We're heading back down to Tennessee right.
Oof, that's loud.
Actually, towards the Nashville metro. My things. That's going to be kind of the next big spot. We did just have that cell obviously pushed towards Bowling Green and then off to the northeast. It does look like that system has moved out of the instability area. It's no longer.
So Caleb is basically just talking about what his plans are for the rest of the chase. He's the one that got that video in Clarksville of the Tennessee, or of the tornado, sorry. Now he's up towards Bowling Green. I think he's going to try to drop south on Interstate 65 and get back on that storm near that'll eventually be in Nashville. So we've got Caleb, we've got Chris. Let's get an update from them and just see what's going on with them as we wait for another radar scan. Chris, we're live. Just kind of waiting on the next radar scan to come in. Just wanted to know if you had any updates for us. And I know Caleb is talking on his stream.
Hey, Ron, we're going north towards Bowling Green. I went against my gut of going south. Currently, just saw on Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it now, there is a large wall cloud and funnel cloud currently over downtown Bowling Green. I retweeted it. If you want to go take a look at it, that was posted maybe about 2 minutes ago. So we're about 10 minutes south of Bowling Green, shooting north to get a view of it. And if it dies, we're shooting back south.
Okay. All right. So this is what he was talking about in Bowling Green. This is obviously the base of the storm. This is the part that's rotating here. No ground contact right now, but whenever you see something like that, of course, that's why we have the tornado warning. So this is coming towards Pikeville, Pondsville, and Smith's Grove in Kentucky. Please take shelter if you haven't already. My goodness. These storms, back here to the south and west of Nashville are still looking very impressive. Hopefully they don't get any more than that. Wow. There's all kinds of video too of the tornado. I'm trying to share as much of it as possible. It's proven, scientifically proven, that if you can show the tornadoes that you're talking about to people instead of just these colors,
I actually do believe I have
seriously.
what we're looking at on stream currently over downtown Bowling Green.
Okay. I think. Okay. Oh yeah. Here we go. This is a live look from Chris Hall's live feed that he's sending to us. You can see that lowering. Looks very ominous on his stream. And that's right over downtown Bowling Green, or just on the eastern side. What you're looking at there, if we can get past the trees, you'll see it, is just the big rotating area of the storm that was producing a tornado, over 100 miles ago. But now it's just not quite able to do that again.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Whenever that goes off, can you hear it now? It was loud earlier. I turned it down. But anyways, there's a new tornado warning that just came out there, and that's going to be back here towards the Nashville area, south of Clarksville now, up there near Sladen and Cumberland Furnace. Get to shelter now. But that's a live view from Chris. I'm going to tell him, Chris, we've got it up. I've got to go back to the radar and look at that new tornado warning in Tennessee. But if you get another good shot of that, another view of it, let me know and we'll come back to you. That's incredible stuff. All right. So this is that new tornado warning.
All right, copy that. We're the only thing that's bad is we have to get north of Bowling Green to shoot east on Cumberland Parkway. Okay, I'm getting a good view of it right here shortly. I'm sorry. I know I'm interrupting. There is a funnel dropping right now. There is a funnel coming out of the wall cloud.
Okay, so Chris is on that storm in Bowling Green, and this is that new tornado warning right here. Okay, so we're going to go back to Chris's view near Bowling Green, Kentucky, while I verbally describe to you what's going on down here in Tennessee. Okay, so Martha's Chapel, there's a tornado or a forming tornado really close to you there, and it's moving up towards Sladen, Woods Valley, Cumberland Furnace, Mount Zion, McAllister's Crossroads, Southside, Liverworth, Henrietta, Neptune, and Fredonia in Tennessee. Take shelter if you're in any of those places. This storm looks like trouble. Okay, this is one of the three storms that we've been watching. This gang of storms.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Nashville, Tennessee. The third one, the one on the tail end, still doesn't have a tornado warning with it. I expect it will soon. But the two that we do have are looking really dangerous. And if you're just now tuning in, what you're looking at here on your screen is a live view from Kentucky. So we're going back and forth a lot between Kentucky and Tennessee right now. But this is near Bowling Green, Kentucky, where we've got a pretty ominous looking storm that produced a tornado, about an hour and a half or so ago. And it's trying to do that again. All right, let's come back over to the radar. Oh, okay. Is it loud again? What the heck? Wait, what's loud? The notification is too loud? Okay. I'm going to try to turn it down even more. I can't hear it at all on my end, so it's one of those things where you guys are just going to have to yell at me. Nicholas, thank you so much for that jump scare. I'm sorry. Was it loud before that, or was it only loud after I changed it? Did you guys notice it before? It's good that it's loud. We got to get people's attention. We don't want it to be too quiet, right? Okay. All right. Sounds good. That last alert was really loud. All right. My bad. All right. So the reason we've got loud alerts going off, guys, I know there's a lot of people just now pouring in. So I want to make sure everybody understands what's going on here. We've got a little bit of a tornado outbreak trying to happen here in Kentucky and Tennessee. We've got Stormchasers out there. We've got meteorologist Andy Hill that's chiming in every once in a while. And of course, we've got our handy dandy radar, which is the main thing that we're relying on right now. And we're just trying to track these storms and tell you what's going on and what's happening next. Every town in Tennessee has been put in the chat. Unfortunately, I can't go in and focus in on every single community. I'm doing my best. It's a good thing. It's a good thing if I don't talk about your hometown, okay? Because the only towns that I am, kind of focusing in on and talking about are the ones that are directly in the path of potentially a tornado, okay? So if I'm not talking about your county or your town, I'm not trying to, neglect your area. It's just maybe that's not where our focus needs to be right now, all right? So just keep that in mind. Where our focus does need to be is down here on the western side of Dixon in Tennessee. So, if you're anywhere near Waverly, Tennessee, Dixon, or places like Cumberland Furnace, there are two really strong storms that are about to cause some big problems out here, and they're probably about to drop big tornadoes if they haven't already. We've got those two tornado warnings for Dixon, Houston and Montgomery County, and then Humphreys County in Tennessee. In Kentucky, we're still watching that storm near Bowling Green pretty hard. It's not dropping. It doesn't have a tornado with it right now, but there is a tornado warning for Smiths Grove, Park City, and Oil City. Take shelter now if you're up there, because this thing could recycle and put down a tornado like it did not too long ago south and west of Russellville and north and west of Clarksville. Yeah, lots of damage. Caleb drove through a lot of it. In fact, let's get an update from Caleb. Caleb, just checking in again, getting an update from you. It looks like you're going south. Also, tell us a little bit about some of the damage that you saw with the storm near Clarksville, because we're seeing some images, but nothing really definitive. What did you see? And we also got a new tornado warning just there, guys.
A new tornado warning has been
plan
issued.
Right now, I'm dropping south to those two tornado warnings that are west of the Nashville Metro right now. They kind of caught my eye. I didn't really see much opportunity for me to catch up to the cell that's moving to the northeast of Bowling Green at this point, as well as it's kind of moving out of that instability area. So it was more of a common ground for me to drop south and try and intercept these two. But as for damage in the Clarksville area, right off the bat where the tornado actually came down on the northwest side of town there, when we had it initiating, there was some tractor trailers flipped over, some semi-trucks flipped over, roofs ripped off of homes and businesses. As we kind of went more east, it started to become more substantial. We started to see things like entire second floors of townhomes ripped off, some buildings completely knocked over, power poles down, businesses' roofs ripped off. It was pretty substantial damage that I witnessed. I do have some B-roll on my phone that I'm going to try and upload to Twitter here as soon as I can, but I think some people also captured some images and tagged me on Twitter, so I'll try and retweet those as well so everyone can see those.
Okay. So that's Stormchaser Caleb Beecham. Also streaming today on YouTube. This is a live look from Hall Force 1. And he's going south to meet up with these storms that are now kind of our focus, as we have a new tornado warning that was just issued for McEwen, Fuchs Chapel, and Tennessee City down here, associated with this really nasty area of rotation between Waverly and Hurricane Mills. This is likely producing a tornado. If it's not, it's about to. So in Bethpage, Tennessee City, you guys especially, you need to be running to shelter, because this looks like it's going to try to get a lot worse before it gets any better here. Really impressed still by the structure and the overall, health of the storm a little bit farther to the south and west. From that, even the one that's approaching Polecat and Bakerville and Eagle Creek in Tennessee, wouldn't be surprised to see a new tornado warning issued for this one as well. Let's see. Okay, the volume's better now. Great. Yeah, Caleb Beecham's in Hall Force 1. I wish that we had more time to, do all the things that we wanted to do with that for this stream, but he just know that he's extremely capable of, letting us know where the tornado is in any sort of conditions. And that's why he, instead of coming home right now after a successful tornado intercept earlier, he's still out there. He's going to go down towards Nashville and make sure that we've got ground coverage on these storms as they approach that area. I'm concerned about Pleasant View, White Bluff, Dixon. If there was a y'all watch out sort of product that you could put out, it would be for this area right here between Dixon and Nashville. Everybody in that general vicinity needs to be very, very weather aware over the next 2-3 hours or so, okay? We're not forgetting about you down here in southwest Tennessee or northern portions of Mississippi. There's just not a whole lot of tornadic activity down here right now, and that's kind of what we're trying to focus on. If you're in Oxford, Mississippi, or if you are up here in Holly Springs or Walnut, these storms, the main threat right now is going to be big hail, 2-inch in diameter hail coming towards Oxford, Abbeville. We've got 1.5-inch in diameter hail moving towards Potts Camp, and 1 3/4-inch hail moving towards Walnut. So these storms are not necessarily tornadic right now, but they are dropping damaging hail. The storms between Dixon and the Tennessee-Mississippi border and southwest Tennessee near Jackson, the ones that just moved through Jackson and are now moving towards places like Savannah and Parsons, Tennessee, these are not really doing much at all right now. Thankfully, we've got some lightning, some wind, but everything's below severe limits, and we're not seeing a lot of rotation. That could change, but hopefully that continues to be the case and spares a lot of southwest Tennessee here. The hot spot, the area that we are really focused on now, is the northern extent of Middle Tennessee on the western side of Nashville, between Bakersville, Dixon, White Bluff, Nashville, Pleasantville, all these places. That's going to be the hardest hit area as far as severe thunderstorms go over the next couple of hours. That's also where we have the best chance of seeing tornadoes. And then, last but not least, up here in Kentucky, we've got part of the line trying to produce some storms up here near Louisville. There's some stuff going on back towards Madisonville. All of that's just general garden variety shower, thunderstorm kind of stuff. The one storm that's really trying to continue to be a problem here is now moving past Bowling Green and moving towards Glasgow and Cave City. It's still got a tornado warning associated with it. It's still got a lot of rotation. It's got a lot of inflow coming into the storm right now, meaning that it could be trying to recycle or regain strength. But thankfully, at this very moment, it's not producing a tornado from all metrics that we can, observe. We've got a Stormchaser out there on it. He's not seeing anything. We've got radar. It's not really seeing anything. So hopefully that continues. And the farther north and east the storm goes, the less, instability, the less energy the storm's going to have to work with, and eventually it won't be as much of a problem. Meteorologist Andy Hill has an update for us, so go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think I thought for sure that we had a tornado ongoing now east of Sladen, Tennessee, with that cell there near Cumberland Furnace. However, on further analysis of the correlation coefficient product, I think we might be looking at some beam filling here. So I'll just say y'all watch out here. This could be an ongoing tornado, and it's certainly shaping up to be one. I wouldn't be surprised if it produced one in the next 5 to 10 minutes anyways. But this is a little bit of a tricky radar scan to analyze. So just know I'm here on the back end waiting for the immediate call out so I can let you know the moment it starts doing damage.
Okay, thank you, guys. Meteorologist Andy Hill is kind of anxiously watching all of the radar scans at the same time that we are. But he's actually focusing in and making sure that we don't miss anything because there is such a wide area that we're having to jump back and forth between Kentucky all the way down to Mississippi. It looks like a new tornado warning is probably going to be issued here soon for the storm to the north and east of Holiday. Of course, we are very concerned about the ongoing tornado warning that's approaching Tennessee City. I mean, that one I would not be surprised to see upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning at some point. And then this rotation here to the east of Sladen is really starting to look more impressive as well. So all of these areas. Once again, I feel like a broken record repeating myself here, but anywhere between Waverly, Dixon, and Nashville, you guys all need to be very concerned about this and paying attention. Andy, go ahead.
Now I'm certain, Ryan. Now we have a tornado ongoing northwest of Cumberland, Furnace, Tennessee. If you want to dive into the mesoscale with that one and see where it passes over State Road 48 there, or County Road 48, north of Charlotte, Tennessee, north of Cumberland, Furnace, Tennessee.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. We have a tornado on the ground here. Just between Woods Valley and Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee, moving up towards Mount Zion, McAllister's Crossroads, and South Side. This is still a radar-indicated tornado warning from the National Weather Service, but we've got reason to believe that this is the real deal here. So hopefully you are already in your safe spot in all of these places. But if you needed another reason to get there, if you haven't already, just know that we are especially concerned about this storm compared to even the others because of hold on. I'm trying to pull up the mesoscale once again, bare bones by myself mostly today, but because of this couplet right here. Okay. Let me dive in here. One of the things that I like to do, and I know for a fact it helps you guys out a lot, I've heard about it, is I'm trying to pull up some local landmarks that might help you get a better idea of where this is, rather than just general places on a map, because some of these you guys don't even go by.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
The tornado, that's upgraded now to a confirmed tornado warning for Dixon County and Montgomery County, Tennessee. Tornadoes somewhere near Little Barton's Creek Road there, and it's getting ready to cross. What is that? Highway 48, just south of where the Dollar General is, near Mount Zion United Methodist Church. Okay, from there, it's going to continue to go off to the north and east. All right, it's eventually going to make it up there towards New Hope and South Side, more than likely. On its way there, it's going to go over a lot of rural places where there's some residential stuff out here, but it's pretty spaced out. The main, landmarks that I'm seeing that you can, maybe this will help you kind of imagine where the tornado is the Rise Chapel United Methodist Church and Matthews Cemetery and the historic Collinsville kind of museum or little place that you can go look at the old buildings and stuff. You know what I'm talking about. But this will likely cross Chapel Hill Road here within the next little bit. And then we've got to, watch out for this thing moving up towards Neptune and Henrietta. Henrietta, Tennessee is a decently populated area. And this very likely could come right to you. Chris has got an update for us. Let's hear from him. Yeah, go ahead.
We're just to the east of Smith Grove, Kentucky. Still got a pretty decent lowering on this thing. A lot of rain falling here on 65. Still got a pretty decent lowering, however, though. So still need to keep an eye on this storm as it moves on off to the east-northeast. It's just to my south.
Okay, the storm that he is talking about, Chris Hall there, is in Kentucky, near Glasgow, Cave City, Park City, and Oil City, all under tornado warnings. Make sure you take shelter right now. Coming back down here to our more pertinent tornado warning, the one just to the north and west of Nashville. We've got an observed tornado warning now for, once again, Southside, Neptune, Bethel, Henrietta. Please take shelter immediately. This is an extremely dangerous storm. You can see almost precisely where that velocity couplet is near Glenwild. Let me put this into motion a little bit here. Yeah, you can see how it's moving northeast, a little bit more of an easterly component in the last couple of frames, which might mean that the storm is, kind of interacting with that lower level jet a little bit more, turning hard right or so. And that might mean that places like Fox Bluff and Neptune might be at a higher risk of potentially seeing the tornadic portion of this storm. On the northern side of the tornado warning, you need to be in your safe spot, but let's say in places like Fredonia, the main thing that you guys are going to be watching out for is some big hail and some strong winds. And if the storm decides to recycle and maybe we see a little bit of an occlusion happen with the storm, you guys could also get hit by the rotating part of the storm up there. That's why they issue these polygons. And tornadoes move in a line, right? They don't move. They're not as big as this, and they don't move all over the place like this usually. But they could go anywhere inside of the polygon as the storm progresses. And sometimes we do see that kind of last minute curl up in the storm that could take it into a place like Fredonia, even though traditional wisdom would say that it's going to go to the south of that town. So that's why everybody in the polygon should respect it and get to shelter immediately. Let's see. Yeah, we've got what looks like a little bit of a bounded weak echo region here. I'm going to stop polling. I'm going to try to refresh my GR2, something. And we've also got a little bit of a debris signature as well. Even farther downstream, this storm could potentially impact places like Pleasant View and Springfield later today. And also Caleb Beecham, Stormchaser Caleb Beecham, which you can see his feed above my head there, is going to be in a pretty perfect position to try and intercept this before too long.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning now. Brand new tornado warning for Montgomery and Robertson counties in Tennessee. We're going to see that come through here in just a moment. Right here. So this now does include Pleasant View. So we just talked about how the storm that's currently impacting areas near McAllister's Crossroads and Southside could potentially impact Pleasant View. Well, now you're under an official tornado warning, and it's still an observed tornado warning. So this is definitely still on the ground, and we expect it to continue to be a problem as it moves up towards Pleasant View and Thomasville. Much more populated zones up here, guys. If you are watching this right now, please do us a favor and get the word out there. Let everybody know that we're doing nonstop commercial-free coverage of this until this thing is over. If somebody needs guidance as to what to do in a situation like this, we've got a Stormchaser that's getting ready to be able to give us a live video feed of what's going on down here. Please share this on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, anywhere else to help us get the word out. And if you don't want to do any of that, just hit that little like button, and then YouTube will do the hard work for us and put it out there in front of people so that we don't have to worry about it. But yeah, there's a tornado ongoing right now just to the south of Southside, Tennessee, and just to the west of New Hope. Okay, and it's going to continue to move up towards places like Neptune, Bethel, and Cheap Hill and Fox Bluff. Some of the places that I was talking about earlier that could be a little bit more specific that are in the path of this thing are places like Matthews Cemetery. Okay. And then we do have the Cheatham Dam Pavilion, Dam Wiley Pavilion here along the Cumberland River. That's also likely in the direct path of this. Looks like a lot of RVs, looks like a lot, kind of like a campground area. So make sure, within the next 5 minutes or so, this tornado could be in that general vicinity. Before it gets to Bethel, it will cross through the old Neptune School historic marker and the Mount Carmel cemetery as well. Now, if the storm is strong enough, if it's healthy enough to actually make it past Bethel, and it starts approaching Pleasant View, whenever it gets in the general area between Highway 12 and Highway, or the old Clarksville Pike. That's where things start getting a little bit more concerning, because the amount of people that live in that area increases dramatically. We've got Old Clarksville Pike, we've got Lee Baker Road, we've got Thomasville Road, Mosley Ferry Road, Sharon Kernels. All these places are kind of like subdivisions or pretty heavily populated residential zones. So hopefully everybody there is in their safe spot right now. And then, of course, we've got Interstate 24 up here, Pleasant View. We've got the Hampton Inn right there at the intersection. We've got the Lowe's, the Walmart. You know, this is a pretty, happening place. Hopefully the storm doesn't, continue at the same intensity all the way to Pleasant View. But if it does, that's around the area where the storm could actually, or the rotating part of the storm could actually go. A little bit farther to the south, still looking at that storm near Tennessee City. The rotation in the entire storm is still very impressive, but it's not as tight and compact as what we're seeing in the one to the north. That's why we don't have a confirmed warning on that one just yet. Still not seeing a tornado warning on the storm back towards Hurricane Mills either, but that one's got some big hail with it and some strong winds as it approaches Wills Chapel and Bold Spring, okay? All right, let's see here. Am I getting updates yet on this thing? Yeah, a little bit. You can see the debris signature here. Where all the reds are, and then you see a little bit of the green and yellow just north of Cumberland Furnace. That tells us that there's something in the sky there that shouldn't be there. It's likely not hail or raindrops. It could be debris. All right. And in situations like this, it's fall. A lot of times, that could be leaves, but it's also, it very well could be, larger, more substantial pieces of debris that could only be put there by a tornado. So that's why we've got that confirmed tornado warning for this storm as it continues to move up towards Pleasant View. And then, yeah, this one right here, once that gets a little bit closer to the radar, if it continues to have this kind of signature to it, be very surprised if it doesn't go confirmed as well. We're getting ready to see what happens here as the storm hits Tennessee City. Hopefully everybody there is in their safe spot. And of course we'll know what's going on with that after it crosses there. Let's see here. Still got a tornado warning on the storm in Kentucky as well. That's where Chris Hall is. I'm sure he's going to call us or reach out to us whenever there's new information on that. Let's see here. Tornado is now somewhere around New Hope or Rock Springs in Tennessee, continuing to move towards Neptune and Bethel.
A new tornado warning has been issued
for Dixon and Cheatham County, Tennessee. Hope I'm saying that right. And yeah. So that is just a continuation of the tornado warning for the very concerning looking storm near Tennessee City. All right. And this actually includes the town of Dixon. This is a big town just to the west of Nashville. This includes Charlotte, White Bluff, Kingston Springs, and Ashland City. So we're getting awfully daggone close to Nashville with these warnings. And the reason this is such a long warning is because there's nothing stopping this storm. Okay, the National Weather Service is confident that this is going to continue to try to produce a tornado all the way through this entire polygon. So Dixon, you're in kind of the worst spot you could be in here, as the rotating part of the storm is going to cross over town here very soon. Sorry, 1 second. Cheatham. Okay, Cheatham. Okay, I got you. So Dixon, you guys need to be getting to your safe spot now. And then of course we're going to see that new warning. Oh yeah. Dixon, get to your safe spot now. Charlotte and White Bluff as well. And we've still got this storm going on up here between Southside and Neptune. There's really not a lot else to say about that one. I still believe there's probably a tornado with this one. But it's in kind of like that in-between area that we were talking about earlier. The closer this gets to Henrietta and Bethel, the more concerned we become with how many people are actually in the direct path. But regardless, everybody in the path of that thing needs to be sheltered. Stormchaser Caleb Beecham is now in Tennessee. He's getting close to Springfield. Let's get an update from him. Caleb, I see you're in Tennessee now. We've got quite a few options for you there as far as what storm you're going to go after. Have you picked yet? Are you going to go for the one heading towards Springfield or the one farther south? Okay, so that was sent to Caleb. We'll see if he responds here.
So initially my interest was really piqued by that one near Springfield, but now seeing that they've extended that tornado warning almost into the Nashville metro completely for the southern one, and the most recent velocity scan of it, it's definitely piquing my interest a lot more. So I might just kind of monitor this northern one for a little bit as I go by here. And then if the northern one doesn't really look like it's doing all that much, we will continue to drop south because I definitely do believe that that southern one would have a higher impact on the Nashville metro compared to this northern one.
All right, sounds good. We've got you pulled up. Just make sure you holler at me if anything happens, okay? So Caleb is out there in Hall Force 1. And of course, he's been all over the place today. He saw that tornado near Clarksville, and now he's on his way to Nashville. Andy, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, a couple of updates for those of you watching. Something that may be useful here is a time estimate for everybody watching the Nashville metro area. It looks like this storm is headed generally towards the center of Nashville to the northern side of it in Davidson County. Just about 45 minutes out from you guys experiencing it right there in downtown, per my estimate. That may speed up a little bit, but you'll be able to see it within half an hour. Probably hear some of the thunder from it as well. Currently watching it, it is a little bit disorganized as it passes over Dixon, Tennessee right now. But expect that storm to be in and around downtown in about 45 minutes, maybe up to an hour if it slows down just a bit. The other thing that I want to talk about is all of the storms that are firing right now in northeastern Mississippi. If you want to look at that, Ryan, those are a bunch of prefrontals, meaning those are storms way out ahead of the cold front that's pushing all of these things to the east as we go through the afternoon. So those storms are very slow to develop at the moment, but they are starting to mature. They're slow to develop because we have a bunch of dry air in the mid levels, maybe about 2 miles, 3 miles above your head. All that air is pretty dry, so it has to get all that moisture up and saturate the air there before it can totally form. Once it does, and this concerns the northwest Alabama, like the very corner of Alabama, as well as south central Tennessee, those storms will also pose a tornado threat over the next few hours. So I have my eyes on those storms as well for everybody in those areas. We're covering all areas today.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Andy's going to be chiming in a lot tonight as we watch all these storms form. This is a whole new addition to the threat that we have tonight. We've obviously got the embedded cells moving towards Nashville. We've got the storm up there in Kentucky. We've got the line in West Tennessee. And now we have a line in Mississippi and prefrontals forming out in front of that. So a lot of different things to watch. Thank goodness we've got Andy on our side here, keeping us up to date on everything. Also, a lot of people are asking about, Clarksville. Caleb, our storm chaser Caleb, was there when the tornado happened. We've seen that video of him intercepting the tornado, and here is some of the damage that he captured shortly after the tornado happened, just so you can get a scope of what's going on.
Oh my gosh, yeah, residential area here, pretty heavily damaged. Okay, yeah, you guys can see here on the feed. I know you guys have just been listening to I guess you haven't even had audio. You guys can now see here on the feed that we're back. This area has actually been pretty heavily devastated by this. Anything that was small or able to rip off well-built structures have been completely destroyed. Power poles are all tipped over. Roofs are ripped off of buildings. Luckily, these buildings look to be fairly new and fairly well built. So I'm not too concerned about obviously most of these structures, but we've seen several structures so far where the roofs are completely gone, the entire building's completely gone.
So that was a look at part of the path of the Clarksville tornado, and honestly, that right there, obviously, there's a lot of trees and power lines down and stuff. I've actually seen quite a bit of footage and video that looks a lot worse than that. So it looks like, hopefully, it wasn't just like a big path of destruction. It looks like there was more localized areas that received worse damage than others. So that's good. Obviously, it's a bad thing that the tornado happened in the first place, but it's good news that it wasn't just apparently obvious through passing through the path of like how intense the tornado was, and maybe it only happened in some areas and not others. So anyways, with that being said, there's going to be more tornadoes tonight, unfortunately, and we're going to see very similar stuff to what we just saw through Caleb's feed, and also maybe even some worse than that. So that's why we're live. That's why we turned on the live stream and hooked everything up for an emergency coverage thing here. It's not over yet. It's 4:52 on the East Coast, 3:52 Central. We'll be going for several hours as we watch these storms continue to pop up. Some of the storms that we will be tracking tonight are just now popping up. So that is obviously unfortunate. Here's another video. This one's from Brent Brewer. Sorry, it's small there. I don't know how to make it any bigger. But he says his son is stationed at Fort Campbell, and he filmed this. Yeah, this is. I'm pretty sure that is the tornado that Caleb had on camera. And I mean, we've just seen a lot of this today, and they all the tornadoes have looked pretty similar. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, just as I brought up those cells in northeast Mississippi, there may be one that could have a tornado on the ground with it to the south and west of Kossuth and north and west of Boonville, there in the northeast corner of the state. I'm a little bit suspect of this debris signature, if it is one, but there is rotation with it nonetheless. That is ramped up over the last few minutes. I think this could be tornado warned there for Alcorn County to the south and west of Corinth and north and west of Boonville for anybody watching over there in Mississippi.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill has brought our attention to specifically this storm. So here's all of these little cells that are popping up between Tupelo and Corinth. The one to the south and west of Corinth is producing a pretty impressive looking rotation signature there. If you're new here and you don't know what we're looking at when we look at the velocity, we're basically looking at how fast and in what direction the stuff in the clouds are moving. Red, stuff's moving away from the clouds. Green means things are the radar. Sorry, green means things are moving towards the radar. Whenever you get a couplet or an area of stuff moving away and towards the radar, very close together, that can indicate rotation, and that's what we're looking at there. So we could have a tornado trying to form here between Jumpertown and Kossuth in Mississippi. All of these are rotating. Right? All of these little cells that have just popped up here are rotating a little bit, so that's concerning. If the storms continue to mature and kind of flow up to the north and east, they're going to enter an atmosphere that it's going to continue to allow the storms to get bigger, and also they're going to have access to a little bit more wind shear the farther north they go. So unfortunately, that's going to be something that we watch for an extended period of time this evening as well. Rest of these storms back here in Mississippi are packing a punch in terms of wind and hail. 1.5 inch hail is on its way to Oakland, Mississippi right now. 1.5 inch hail and some 60-mile-an-hour winds are going to move into Taylor and Oxford here before too long. And in fact, it might even be bigger than that. We just got a report in from Batesville, Mississippi of some close to 3-inch in diameter hail 1 mile east-northeast of Batesville in Panola County from a Stormchaser. So that I definitely believe that. That's one heck of a hell core there. Highway 278 between Batesville and Oxford is about to be a place that you don't want to be in Mississippi, as that hail is really causing some big problems. And you can see that these storms just seem stronger. All of these storms in Mississippi look more impressive. They look more healthy on radar than the ones farther to the north. But the ones farther to the north are also more apparently rotating. They're more, they've got bigger, beefier velocity couplets and, mesocyclones on them and stuff. So that's the kind of situation that we're in today, where the farther north you go, there's a higher amount of one ingredient, and the farther south you go, there's a higher amount of another ingredient. And we think that there's going to be enough of an overlap right in the middle here, once again, between where this line of storms is now and Nashville, Tennessee, to where some of these storms are going to take advantage of both of those things, the really moist,
a new tornado
rich
watch has been
atmosphere
issued,
and the strong wind shear, and potentially cause some problems. And that's what's going on here near Dixon and White Bluff right now. And it looks like we got a new tornado watch. We did. It's a big one, and it goes all the way until midnight central. Let me pull that up. And it goes all the way down into portions of Louisiana and Mississippi and West Alabama. Yazoo City, Jackson, Mississippi, Brookhaven, Laurel, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Tupelo, all of you guys are now under a tornado watch. So add that to the list of places that we are watching. No longer is this a mainly Kentucky and Tennessee thing. We are getting right into it here in portions of Mississippi and Alabama and Louisiana as well. A few tornadoes possible. Wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour possible. Continuing to monitor the situation up here west of Nashville. Our storms are still looking very...
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. We're leaving this cell. It still looks good visually, believe it or not, even though it looks like that on radar. We're dropping back south because storms that are coming in towards the Nashville Metro are starting to look very, very good, and they're starting to turn right.
Okay. So that was Chris Hall. He's on the storm near, or the one that just went by Bowling Green. He's abandoning that storm because it is trying to weaken out quite a bit. He's going to go back down to the south and try to intercept these storms that are approaching Nashville, because these are the ones that are most concerning right now. You see all of the purple or pink polygons here. That's all our tornado warnings that we have right now. The most important one, or the one that I'm most concerned about, is the one that is pointed literally right at Nashville. Dixon, White Bluff, Kingston Springs, all you guys need to be in your safe spot, as there is a huge rotating area of this thunderstorm near Bellevue and Frog Pond that could produce a tornado at any moment. This is going to go towards Griffintown, Belltown, Shacklet, and Gravelet over the next little bit. And unfortunately, this might be the storm of the evening. We'll just have to watch it. Obviously, the storm that we had earlier today, north and west of Clarksville, that so far has been the most damaging and worst storm of the day. I would not be surprised if we saw another similar situation to that in one of these other storms that ends up popping up here, whether it's the one that currently has the warning on it or one of the new ones down here. Just because in all of the model data that I've been looking at leading up to this event, and of course a lot of things have changed today, but every single thing that we looked at in our forecasts said that, the time for peak tornadic activity would be between likely 4 p.m. Eastern and 8 p.m. Eastern. We are now at 5 p.m. Eastern, and that Clarksville, Tennessee tornado happened, way earlier than that. So, if the conditions were favorable to support that kind of tornado earlier today, they certainly are right now as well. We've just got to hope that all of the ingredients don't line up perfectly like they did earlier, and we avoid another situation like that. We do have a couple different storm chasers that are going to be able to give us a view of this thing if we need it as this approaches Nashville. Caleb in Hall Force 1 is in Springfield right now. It'll be interesting to see what he does. Like, he could continue to wait on this storm to arrive here, the one that had the confirmed tornado on it earlier, and that's probably not a bad idea, as that storm is definitely starting to recycle a little bit. But he also has the opportunity to cut south towards Nashville and get ahead of this one, which looks a little bit more impressive on radar right now. Either way, Caleb's going to be doing a lot of work to help us guide you guys through this storm this evening. So we appreciate him. If you're just now tuning in, this is live, nonstop, wall-to-wall coverage of an ongoing, what's trying to become a tornado outbreak in Kentucky, Tennessee, and now Mississippi and Alabama are in the mix as well, as some new supercells are starting to pop up down there. Let's go down a little bit here and check in on some of these storms. Yeah, they're all rotating. This one, this is not necessarily one of the little cells that have popped up, but just to the west of Corinth, there's currently a severe thunderstorm warning for places like Corinth and Kossuth and Crumtown. But there's actually quite a bit of rotation in that storm, especially in the the higher levels of the atmosphere. If that gets realized or kind of funnels down to the surface a little bit, I would say that we'll see a new tornado warning down here in Mississippi soon. This storm right here looks really impressive. It looks more impressive from the radar in East Mississippi, which means that there's a little bit more spin, a little bit more rotation higher in the atmosphere. Because this radar is so far away, the Earth curves, right? And we're actually looking at a taller or a higher up part of the storm here. And that couplet looks pretty nasty. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. Bad news, unfortunately. I think we're about to see a pretty gnarly tornado to the south and east of Charlotte, Tennessee, with our storm headed towards Ashland City and Cheatham County here in Tennessee.
Okay. All right, thank you, Andy. Meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention back to the storm that we've been focused on. It looks like we are about to see a big tornado here. Let me get everything focused in on this so we can track it when and if it does happen here. The main thing that we've got to remember as we talk about this is no matter how intricate we get with the details of like the locations that we're calling out, everybody in the whole polygon needs to be taking this equally as seriously. But what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to pinpoint exactly where this is happening and give you like step-by-step, updates on what's going on. But everybody in White Bluff, Kingston Springs, Pegram, go ahead. If you're a little bit downstream outside of the warning, in places like Joelton, Bear Wallow, Greenville, any of these places on the northwest side of Nashville, go ahead and take shelter and just don't risk it. We've got people out there with cameras. If you want to see what it looks like, we've got you covered. We've got the radar. We're going to be able to keep you covered. It looks like there's a tornado forming right now near Frog Pond.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tennessee. New warning, and that's back in Mississippi. So Alcorn County, Tippah County, and McNairy County in Tennessee and Mississippi. I'm thinking that's going to be our storm that we were talking about right before we went up to Tennessee. We'll see it flash here in a second. And we've got an update from a meteorologist, Andy Hill. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, thank you. That tornado is on the ground now, about to exit Dixon County. It's due east of Charlotte, Tennessee, past to the north of Kingston Springs and south of Ashland City in Cheatham County. If you want to look at the mesoscale there, that may be somewhat unpopulated. I don't see a bunch in between there, but this is the storm that's going to head to Davidson County. So please expect a tornado warning for Davidson County soon. It will be a confirmed tornado warning, almost certainly, with the look that this has on radar. Unfortunately, this is forming right now. I hope that it gets done with, and we're not concerned with an ongoing strong tornado as it approaches Davidson County. I hope this is just a short event, but we do have a tornado ongoing now. entering the Nashville metro area from the west in about 30 minutes from now, 15 to 30 minutes. So like Brian said, it's not a bad idea before you get this warning to go ahead and start practicing being in your tornado safe spot, the interior-most room of your house.
A new tornado warning
level,
has been issued.
with a pillow for to keep your neck safe, and your shoes, and make sure everyone's accounted for well ahead of this thing. This is what we're here for, to give you as advanced of a warning as possible as this tornado begins doing damage here.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. We've got the mesoscale pulled up. This tornado is on the ground right now somewhere along Clay Lick Road. It's the road that connects the Music City Pro area, the
new
Cheatham
tornado warning
Wildlife
has been
Management
issued.
area, and White Bluff. If you know that, there's really only one main road that connects those two areas. That is the way that the storm is going, north and east from around Frog Pond up towards Ashland City on the Highway 250 there. So we do have several new warnings that are just now coming out as well. It's important that we reiterate once again, we have a tornado likely on the ground right now, moving into the greater Nashville area on the west side near Frog Pond and Griffintown and Petway. We're going to get into the intricate details of that here in a moment, but I also have to mention that a new tornado warning has been extended out for Springfield and Greenbrier as well in Tennessee. That's the storm that Caleb's on, and that's the one that you're seeing live above my head there. And then we've got another new tornado warning that includes Dixon once again for the storm that we've been watching, the one we were talking about back near Hurricane Mills earlier. It's finally rotating enough to actually put out a new warning for Fairview and Kingston Springs. And then we've got another warning down here in Mississippi with the storm that we were talking about not too long ago near Walnut. This is going to move towards Corinth, okay? Tornado warning for Kossuth and Corinth, Mississippi. Take shelter now. We are going to dive into the one that's approaching Nashville, though, because it's moving towards not only because it's a populated area, but because this is definitely the most impressive storm on radar that we have, okay? So we've got that tornado down here just to the west of Griffintown. Griffintown, and it's going to continue
hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
North and east. And we've got an update from Caleb. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan. So I am here currently in just out of Springfield, actually, Tennessee. They've just obviously issued that new tornado warning. I did want to update that currently on my camera. There is a lowering that was visible for a few seconds that's gone now behind these trees here in front of me. And they've also just activated the tornado sirens here. So obviously if you're here in town, make sure you're taking shelter.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. Stormchaser Caleb Beecham's got an incredible view of the base of this storm that's approaching Springfield right now. That's what you're seeing live on the camera. It looks like this one's also wrapping up. It's going to probably try to produce a tornado again right where Caleb is. So Caleb is currently sitting to the south of Springfield, looking west towards Flewellen and Coopertown, and we're going to keep an eye on him. And then we're going to go back to the radar because just to the south of that storm, there's another storm that's producing a tornado right now, moving into Nashville, okay, or the western suburbs of Nashville. Ashland City, Sulphur Springs, Lillimay, and Shacklet are some of the places that need to be running, not walking to shelter, as we have a tornado down here near Griffintown. There it is.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning. Okay, this is a PDS tornado warning, and it includes downtown Nashville. That warning includes Jolton, Bakers, North Nashville, Jordonia, Scottsboro, and Gravelette. Okay, so this is incredibly important. It's been a long time since we've done this, but just to make sure we've got everybody's attention and to make sure that it works, we are going to redirect everybody over to the screen. I know sometimes people watch in the background, but things are getting serious now. A large, damaging tornado is on the ground near Griffintown, Tennessee, and it's moving towards the most populated area of Tennessee. PDS tornado warning for Cheatham, Davidson, Dixon, and Robertson counties in Tennessee. All right, let's go ahead and read some more about this. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Just it's always important to remind you that you're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, and considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. A PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, is not something that happens every day, guys. This is not a regular kind of tornado warning that you've been under before. This is the real deal here, and we've got to make sure that we are getting into our safe spots now. You want to run, okay? Run. Don't walk to your safe spot if you're in any of these places. The most important, like some of the places that are going to get hit next are Lillimay and Gravelette and all of the places in between. If you know where Highway 249 is, if you know where Cedar Hill Road is, and you know the area between them, okay, the area between Griffintown and Gravelette, that whole place is likely about to get extremely damaged by this storm. Let me put one other thing in here. Griffintown, Tennessee. I hope that this doesn't last a while, but unfortunately, this is the kind of storm that definitely could. This is a very similar setup to the kind of storm that produced the storm or the tornado northwest of Clarksville earlier, where it's on the leading edge of this line. There's nothing to the south, the east, or anything that could really impede it. So this very well could be on the ground all the way through parts of Nashville over the next 30 to 40 minutes. Let's see here. So the tornado currently, given everything that we know now, the tornado is currently to the north and east of White Bluff, okay, near the Petaway Community Cemetery. And it's going to be moving over the Cheatham Wildlife Management Area over the next, 2 to 3 minutes. So that's good. Hopefully this thing reaches maximum intensity during that time period and then calms down. We don't know that that's going to happen, though. And that's unfortunate because as soon as it gets past that wildlife management area, then we're immediately talking about some places like the Cedar Valley Canine Center. Okay, all around the Cumberland River here on Highway 12. We've got places like Bison Countertops, Great Clips. There's a Hampton Inn here that would be directly in the path of this thing if it continues on the trajectory that it's on right now. So, this is the wildlife area. Everything past that is either highly populated residential or commercial zones. So hopefully everybody is taking shelter right now. If you know anybody in Nashville, please let them know. Just give them a text message. Hey, are you okay? A lot of times just somebody out of the blue, paying attention to you because they heard you're under a tornado warning is the stimulus that some people need to kind of pay attention and take the next step towards taking shelter, okay? PDS tornado warning for Nashville, Tennessee. Happening now. We've got a Stormchaser, Caleb Beecham. He is currently just north of town, and I think he's going to try to go south, but he's also on a storm of his own that's getting ready to probably cause some big-time problems up here near Springfield, Tennessee. The tornado warning for Nashville is not the only tornado warning that we have right now, although it is probably our most concerning and our most important. It's that PDS warning. We've also got tornado warnings for Alcorn, Tippah, and McNairy counties in Mississippi, Dixon, Williamson, Robertson, and Montgomery counties in Tennessee. Okay, but it's that Cheatham, Davidson, and that sale right there. That's the one that we're mostly concerned about right now. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, I think Caleb's heading away from that storm, but the newest radar scan there for Coopertown into Springfield, Tennessee, and Robertson County does look like it is about to produce a tornado as we have gate-to-gate velocity. So I expect hopefully a short and weak-lived tornado here, but it does look like the atmosphere is primed to do it with this storm. I expect that to be over the next few minutes. So if you see an update to that tornado warning come through on the stream, that is because that has in fact produced a tornado, which I think it will. So please be taking shelter in Springfield, Tennessee.
Thank you, Andy. Caleb, I see that you're moving south now to try to get to the storm that's approaching Nashville. That's a good move. I would point your 360 camera behind you though, just so we can maybe get a view of the storm that's approaching Springfield, because it does look like it's trying to wrap up and produce a tornado right now. So Caleb's going to hopefully turn around the 360 cam so we can see the Springfield storm as he goes towards the Nashville storm. Because I mean, Nashville, this whole area down here, whether he needs to be down there for, capturing tornado footage or not, it looks like somebody's probably going to be in need of some help down here, as this is definitely causing some big time damage right now, just to the south and west of Ashland City. You can see the very intense velocity couplet here. We can see that we've got a debris signature already, and unfortunately that's going to continue as this storm moves off to the north and to the east. This is Nashville. Okay, this is North Nashville over here. Storm's still a good 30 minutes out from those specific areas, maybe a little bit less than that, give or take 5-10 minutes. But you need to be in your safe spot right now. Once again, walk, don't run. Once this thing crosses over the Cumberland River, unfortunately, it's going to be, there's no other area where there's a buffer zone before it hits another thing. It's just constant residential and commercial zones, one after another here on the western side of Nashville. So hopefully everybody is getting the message and they are taking shelter right now. Currently, big tornado over the Cheatham Wildlife Management Area, getting ready to cross the Cumberland River over near Highway 12, likely south of the Hampton Inn and the Great Clips to the south of Ashland City there. It's likely going to go south of Marrowbone Road, and it's going to end up likely paralleling a Bull Run Road, or one of those roads that'll take you into Scottsboro and Marrowbone. Okay, so that's what if you know the area, if you live anywhere close to the Pleasant Valley Free Will Baptist, for example, or even the MedLink down here, or the Rogers Manufacturing Corporation, if you can drive to any of those places in a reasonable amount of time, 10-20 minutes, you're too close and you need to be taking shelter right now. You certainly don't want to be actually driving around in a situation like this. Run, don't walk. Yeah, my bad. I got it. I got it backwards. It's all right. This is, let's see here. I don't know what's going on with my GR today, but Radar Omega is providing us up-to-date, updates from our storm here. You still see the debris from this storm here south and west of Lillimay. Every frame that comes in, it looks like there's a little bit more of an easterly component to the movement of the storm versus the parent cell. So tracking the actual motion of the storm based off of how the actual parent storm is moving is probably not the best thing to do right now. And that's actually unfortunate, because that's going to put the rotating part of the storm, the strongest part of the storm, more in line with some more populated areas. So some places that need to immediately be getting into their safe spots are Gravelette, Scottsboro, and then Jordonia here. We've got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Brian, there is a tornado now south of Springfield, Tennessee, that's probably just passed over Highway 431, south of the city, south of the town, and is approaching Highway 431, that is, and is approaching Highway 41. The junction of those two highways should pass just south of that in Robertson County, Tennessee.
Okay, thank you. Guys, this is a live look from Hall Force 1. Caleb Beecham is currently driving south towards Nashville, Tennessee. But he's got his camera pointed backwards. This is Highway 431 right now. This is the road that he's on. He just came out of Springfield, and now there's a tornado on the ground there near Chestnut Orchard, moving up towards Perry Park and Oakland. Okay, we can't see anything, unfortunately, through the camera. But somewhere back there on that very road, there's a tornado crossing right now, and it's getting ready to head towards you. If you are in Oakland, the Highway 76 corridor between Green Valley and Oakland, and Hubertville and Cross Plains, take shelter immediately. We now have two big tornadoes down on the ground right now in Tennessee. And the one a little bit farther south, the one that's approaching downtown Nashville, is doing damage. And we can see that very clearly on the correlation coefficient here. This is doing damage. The velocity is just off the charts. It's a mess what's going on here. And then, of course, this is now moving almost due east with a little bit of a northern component to it towards Gravelette, Scottsboro, and Greenville. This is where Caleb is. So Caleb's getting very close. Caleb's on Highway 431 heading south. He's about to get to Joelton. It looks to me like if he continues, like he might actually be able to get to around Whites Creek or Jordonia around the same time the storm gets there. So if there's a tornado still ongoing at that time, we will be able to see it through his vantage point there. Super thankful and grateful for both meteorologist Andy Hill and Caleb for helping us out today. This has been kind of a shock to the system here, but we are currently tracking this very dangerous storm as it goes into Nashville. Sorry, I'm just reading some updates. I appreciate you guys for sharing stuff with me. I'm just trying to take in. Sometimes I see something and I want to share it, but I've got to verify. I got to make sure it's good to go first. Okay. All right, here we go.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued
for Robertson and Sumner counties in Tennessee. Robertson and Sumner counties in Tennessee. That's a brand new PDS tornado warning, and it's going to be for the northern storm. So now we have two. Both of the storms that are on the ground have a PDS warning for them now. And the northern one's going to include Cross Plains, Portland, Walnut Grove, and Mitchellville. Okay, and this goes all the way up to the Kentucky border again. So unfortunately, we might be tracking this thing all the way up towards Scottsville and Fountain Run in Kentucky. So make sure you guys are getting ready for that. Two tornadoes on the ground right now. If you're just now tuning in, there's one doing damage right now on the southeastern side of Springfield, moving towards Oakland, Tennessee. If you're in Green Valley, Cross Plains, or Baggettsville in Tennessee, you got to be running to shelter right now. We've got a probably much bigger more damaging tornado going on a little bit farther south near Nashville. Okay, Gravelette. We've got the storm getting ready to come in on you guys right now. Marrowbone, Scottsboro. Next 5-10 minutes, that's where this tornado is going to be, and then it's going to continue to try to go towards Jordonia and Whites Creek and Belshire in the Nashville metro area. Okay, so please get to shelter now if you haven't already. You want to get into the most interior room of your home. Preferably underground. If you got a basement, an underground storm cellar or something like that, that's where you want to go first. But if you can't get there, you want to get into the most interior room of your home. You want to make sure there's no windows. Usually that's going to be an interior bathroom or a closet. Whichever one of those has the least amount of glass in it, that's where you want to be. If you've got a helmet, if your kid's got a football helmet or something like that, or if you got a bicycle helmet, whatever it is, grab that on your way to the shelter and throw it on as well, because the number one way you're going to get hurt in a situation like this is by debris falling on you, okay? So protect that head. Bring me with you as long as we've got cell service and you've got battery on your phone. We're going to be able to give you updates. And
hey, Ron, I know it's busy with the PDS in Nashville, but the storm to the north just went PDS as well, and we're about to zero in on it, so I can give you a look on it here shortly.
Okay, so Chris Hall is right here. So Chris Hall is up here just south of Bowling Green. He's heading down towards the storm that's moving through Springfield right now. Caleb Beecham is getting close to Nashville. So Caleb actually got onto the interstate, Interstate 24. He's going to try to take it around towards Whites Creek, I reckon. What an absolute mess here on velocity. Just trying to analyze some of this. So this is when we really started watching the storm that's moving into Nashville now, right around Dixon. Those areas of velocity kind of met up and formed a couplet here near White Bluff. And then we knew we had a tornado down right here north of Kingston Springs. And now this is what that looks like. Okay, so this is the original rotation that's likely still causing a tornado here. Look at all of the new inflow. Look, this is still a forming storm. So more than likely, if, let's say, hopefully this tornado goes away, there's another one about to form from this area of rotation here, and that's going to carry us all the way through the northern Nashville metro.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning for Kentucky now. Shelby County, Franklin County, and Anderson County in Kentucky are now under tornado warnings. Whoa, that's way, way up north here. Wow, that includes Frankfort, Kentucky. So we've got this little cell here near Hooper and Southville that is producing a little bit of rotation right here south of Hooper, getting ready to cross Interstate 64. So yeah, all the way up here in near Frankfort, Kentucky. If you're in Harrisonville, Bridgeport, or Frankfort itself, please take shelter immediately. Wow. And then we've also got just a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings in Mississippi right now. A lot of these are considerable or damaging because we've got hail in excess of 2 inches in diameter falling with these storms. Still, most concerning one on the map is the storm approaching Nashville. We've got a tornado. Wow. We've got a tornado on the ground right now south of Ashland City. South and east of Ashland City, I should say. Still producing damage down here near Gravelette. And look at this. Look at the motion here. Remember, the parent storm is going northeast, but the actual rotating component of the storm has moved almost due east, if not a little bit southeast compared to from where it first started. So once again, we've got to make sure that everybody in the polygon is prepared for, a potential impact from a tornado, not just people in a specific line in front of the rotating part of the storm. So Scottsboro, Jordonia, Richland, North Nashville, downtown Nashville, Bordeaux, Belshire, Whites Creek. All of you guys need to be getting into your safe spot. If you haven't already, I hope to goodness everybody's already there. If you know anybody in Nashville, hopefully they already know about this. I'm sure the sirens are going crazy in downtown Nashville right now. But if you know somebody down there, just send them a text message. Be like, hey, this seems serious. How are you doing? Hopefully that's the stimulus they need to take shelter. Caleb's getting close. I'm going to ask him if he sees anything. Caleb, are you seeing anything yet?
So far, nothing really to report on. There's definitely a lowering off to my right now, which should be on camera here. But the mountains are really blocking my view here.
Okay. So just north of Nashville here, we've actually got a pretty decent little range of hills, which are significantly impacting our visibility. More than likely, if that 200-foot hill wasn't there, we would be seeing everything that we want to see, that we want to learn about this storm from Caleb's vantage point. But we'll wait until he gets around the hills here. The good news is that the most recent scan from the radar here looks a little bit less impressive. So hopefully that trend continues, but I still believe there's a tornado down here, and we need to make sure that we all stay in our safe spots just in case, okay? The next places that are immediately going to be impacted here are, let me get you up here. Places like Scottsboro, Old Hickory Boulevard. This is going to parallel Highway 12 right over towards the Briley Parkway and Eaton's Creek Road. So if the tornado's still down, that's the general path that it's going to go right there. And if it's not, unfortunately, this is the kind of storm that will probably try to produce another one here very soon in the Whites Creek, Belshire, and Amqui area on the northern side of Nashville. Also, Nashville, it's important to point out that once this storm clears the Nashville area, it's not necessarily over for Nashville. What's something that we've been talking about a lot today is after the storm goes by, the instability is going to calm down. You don't have anything to worry about. There's a unique situation going on with the specific part of the line that Nashville's about to be hit by where it arcs a little bit. So if this one skirts just to the north of Nashville, this next storm is actually going to have the very real possibility to go right through Nashville again. And that one is also trying to rotate. It's also got a new inflow notch here. It's, we may see a new tornado warning with this one soon, and that would also probably include Nashville. So Nashville, we're going to be talking together a lot this evening, unfortunately. So just make sure you get to your safe spot and prepare to be there for a little while. Let's pull up Caleb. Let's pull up Caleb's feed again. Not sure exactly. I believe, yeah, we're looking off to the west here, but it looks like we don't have a great view of the horizon just yet. But he's getting close. He is getting very close. This is where Caleb is, and this is the storm over here. Wow, I really hope that trend continues. The last couple of scans have just looked a lot better. Unfortunately, though, we still have an ongoing situation up here to the north as well. We had a tornado pass just to the south and east of Springfield, or on the southeastern side of Springfield. I believe we still have that tornado going on right now. It's probably weakening. It's about to lift, but we still see the damage indicator here south and west of Cross Plains from that Springfield tornado. So if you're in Cross Plains, White House, or Portland in Tennessee, just know there's still a tornadic thunderstorm moving towards you as well. What's this report say? Yeah, emergency manager, not too long ago, about 10 minutes ago, reported a tornado ongoing in Springfield. Wow. So this is when things got scary. See a very prominent velocity couplet there, and now it's really kind of dissipated a little bit, which is very good news. I really want to make sure that we get a view of this thing from Caleb, though, before we start talking about the possibility of this not having a tornado associated with it anymore. So what you're looking at now is the camera on top of Hull Force 1. Caleb is spinning it around for us and showing us what he's seeing. I believe he's looking to the west right now. All I see is a traditional shelf cloud looking storm here. We can't see the finite details of the base of the storm just yet, but as he gets closer and as the storm gets closer to him, we'll be able to inspect that more. In the meantime, what we need to do is, if we live in Nashville or anywhere in Tennessee that's currently under a tornado warning, we need to pretend at least that this is still a big tornado that's on the ground and it's heading right for us. Because why wouldn't you do that? You're under a PDS tornado warning and you need to get to shelter if you haven't already. This could be a very dangerous situation. Okay, I'm sure Caleb will holler at us if something pops up. But for now, let's go back to the radar full. Still looking at the storm to the north of Nashville. That one's also letting up a little bit, which is good news. Unfortunately, though, the one to the south and west of Nashville, it looks like it could try to cause problems as well as it moves up towards Nashville. And then the one behind that, all of these storms are pretty strong. We've got 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds getting ready to move into Centerville, Lobelville, Linden, Waynesboro, all these places in Middle Tennessee. And we're continuing to watch these storms in Mississippi, the prefrontals that have popped up in front of the line here. Nothing has really happened with those just yet, but look at how all of them are rotating. All of them are still rotating. They're still trying to get stronger. I'm sure we haven't heard the last of these storms right here as these move into northwestern Alabama and southern Tennessee. Oh, wow. Caleb's got an incredible view of what looks like the shelf cloud associated with the forward flank of our storm. This is the one that's coming into Nashville. Caleb, this is a live look of the north side of Nashville. Oh, wow. He's gotten a great location here. What an ominous looking storm. So, yeah, Caleb's exact location right now is he is near Brooklyn Heights. He's just off of Interstate 65 on a Brick Church Pike. And he is now using the camera on top of the truck to zoom in to the base of the storm. So right there it is. Right there, you can see the rotating base. I don't know. I don't know if we see a tornado there or not. But it looks to me like hopefully. Oh, okay, that was a good lightning strike.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
We'll hear from Caleb soon enough, but I don't know if I see a tornado there or not. We do have a new PDS warning, though, and it is for this storm, okay? So the National Weather Service still believes there's a tornado there, and in fact, that might be it. Let's hear from Caleb. Caleb, I see you've got us pointed at the base here. From my vantage point, I can't really see anything. You having any better luck there?
Yes, I'm actually just trying to take a look right now. Right now, I can't really see anything. It's pretty dark currently. However, if there is something in here and it passes us, it should pass us pretty much right to the north, and we will definitely have a view of it.
Okay. All right. So this is, once again, a live look from the northern side of Nashville near Brooklyn Heights, looking up towards Parkwood Estates. Okay, so the rotating part of the storm that we're kind of focused on here is moving towards Parkwood Estates, and that's the general area that we're looking at right now. And remember, the National Weather Service did just extend that PDS tornado warning, and we've got a PDS tornado warning now for still Nashville. Nashville's still in it, but now Hendersonville and Gallatin and LaGuardo and Cairo and Shackle Island, all of these places in Tennessee are now under the tornado warning. It's a PDS tornado warning, which is not common. Not common to see a PDS tornado warning. Sorry, I'm just trying to get a gauge on what's going on here. I'm going to pull the radar back up full. We've got Caleb's footage continuing to play above my head. This is exactly where Caleb is, okay? And this is our rotating area of the storm crossing right in front of him, right to the north. And our tornado is somewhere in this general vicinity, if it's still on the ground, and it's moving towards Belshire, Parkwood Estates, Amqui, Edenwald, and Rayon City. Incredible stuff. If you're just now tuning in, once again, this is a live look at Nashville. We've got a Stormchaser down there giving us a view of the part of the storm that he believes is where the tornado would be. There's a chance that it's rain wrapped. There's a chance that it's briefly lifted, but it's definitely still a dangerous storm, and I hope to goodness everybody is in their safe spot that's directly under it and in the path. Whatever it is, it's fast moving. You can see just the very quick motion of the clouds there right on the horizon. This is associated with a discrete or semi-discrete supercell just to the north of Nashville, and it does continue to pose the risk of a long track, potentially significant tornado here. Lots of wind shear, and lots of, even though we don't have incredible instability values, storms are forming. So the fact that that's happening and we have a ton of wind shear in place is just not good news for everybody downstream, everybody in the path of these storms. tornado threat is continuing. Sorry. Just reading over some more updates here. Remember, y'all, if you have anything you'd like to share with me, please only do that if you can do so safely. Pictures, videos, reports, whatever it is. Put it on Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all. I'll try to
when you got a second.
use that to tell the story of what's going on here as best as possible. Yeah. Go ahead, Caleb.
Ryan, I can't confirm 100% that there's anything on the ground right now. However, I did just hand the power direct.
Oh, I'm losing him.
So I wouldn't be surprised if either a transformer blew or something just got hit.
Okay, so essentially I think what Caleb is telling us is that he saw a power flash there. Just to his north, which is where the tornado would theoretically be. And now we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I can confirm that this next cycle of the storm is likely ongoing right as I speak, in between I-24, I-65, and south of Highway 45 and north of Highway 155. That's Belshire Terrace, a subdivision here in North Nashville, and headed towards Kemper Heights. If you guys know those subdivisions in particular, I think the new tornado is forming as we speak in those areas right there.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Meteorologist Andy Hill, thank you for the update. I'm going to relay some of that to Caleb, so he looks like he is moving, but I want to make sure that he stays with this. Caleb, it looks to us like this is definitely about to produce a new tornado here, somewhere between Belshire and Amqui, just off to your north and east. So I see you're moving now. Just let us know if you get a view of anything, okay? If you're just now tuning in, I know I'm hyper-focused on the Nashville area. It's because there's an ongoing tornado in a very populated zone, and we're going to keep you updated on that.
I will keep you guys updated.
But there are other warnings right now as well. There's one way up here in Kentucky. Frankfort, Kentucky, you're under a tornado warning. Thankfully, the rotation that initiated that warning is looking a little bit less impressive right now, but still, if you're in Bryant, Indian Hills, or Frankfort, Kentucky, take shelter right now. We've also got several severe thunderstorm warnings back here in Mississippi. Some of these are going to try to produce tornadoes as well later this evening, so we'll see more tornado warnings down there. But right now, all the action, all of our resources really are pointed towards Nashville, because we've got a couple of really strong, damaging storms in the vicinity, and one of them has produced a tornado, a strong tornado, looked like for a brief period of time, and it's trying to do that again right as it moves into the Belshire area. There's a Stormchaser that's right in the path of this one, who's reporting debris falling out of the sky as well, which is a sign that this is this is likely on the ground again. If it's not, then it's about to be. So a big tornado about to cross the road, or it's currently crossing the road near Interstate 65. Okay, if it's not happening right now, then it's going to be on the ground just to the east of that near Amqui and Edenworld. We got to get to shelter. This is an insanely populated area. All the little gray boxes are houses. All the little gray boxes are houses. And yeah, go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, from the radar side of things, can confirm there is a deep debris signature right over I-65. It has just passed over about 30 seconds ago. So this is now doing damage in a populated area. Hendersonville, Tennessee, you're right in the path of this, right between Lakewood and Hendersonville. If you haven't done so yet, you're just now tuning in, you haven't taken shelter yet, please think about taking shelter right now. Run, don't walk to shelter. Interior-most room of your house on the lowest level with a pillow, your shoes, and everybody accounted for. And we'll be right here updating you as we get new data minute by minute.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is where the tornado was minutes ago, okay, over Interstate 65. The radar data is a little bit outdated, so more than likely the tornado is ongoing right now near Amqui. All right, and it's moving in the general vicinity of Hendersonville. More specifically, some places that are going to be hit here very soon are Edenwold, Rayon City, and we've got the Cumberland River, the big bend here near Old Hickory. At the very top of that bend, there's some campgrounds and stuff near North Hills Estates. You've got to make sure that you're not in a camper in a situation like this, guys. Sturdy structure. A lot of places near lakes have the big concrete bathrooms areas. You know what I'm talking about, in the middle of the camp zone. Get there, okay? Abandon the RV if you are in I know it's December 9th. I don't know how many campers we've got, but this is the kind of area that we're getting into here. Beyond that, if this continues on the path that it's on right now, this could go right into Hendersonville, literally right smack dab in the middle. So hopefully that doesn't happen. But if it does, you've had a lot of lead time, guys. Hopefully everybody in that town knows about this storm and they are in their safe spots. Remember, if you're going to your safe spot right now, oh, wow. Yeah. One of the things that you need to be doing is making sure that you have some way to protect your head. If you don't have a helmet, okay, bring the mattress off the bed, bring some pillows, bring something to put on top of your head, because the number one way you're going to get hurt in a situation like this is by falling debris. All right. And then also, if you have time, listen, if you're not in your safe spot yet, it's almost too late. You got to go now. But if you have time, put on shoes, go find a pair of shoes. All right. Bring a bag of something, like, let's say you was going to go camping. All right. Put together a quick bag and bring that with you into your safe spot. You might have to evacuate whatever building you're in after the storm hits, and you might have to walk over glass. You might have to walk over screws and splintered wood. You don't want to do that in your pajamas. You don't want to do that barefoot. You don't want to do that without, some equipment. All right. So just keep that in mind. Get to shelter now if you're in Hendersonville, Tennessee. My goodness.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, brand new tornado warning up here for Robertson County and Sumner County, Tennessee. That one's for the Kentucky-Tennessee border. That storm has really weakened out a lot. It's no longer confirmed, thankfully. We've got one tornado on the ground right now, and it looks like it's a big one. And it's
hey Ron, it's Chris. Right, we're on this cross plane cell. We're looking back up into what is left of it. Still pretty decent lowering here on it. Nothing on the ground as of right now that I can see, but we're gonna see here for just a minute and see if it does anything. Trying to figure out if I want to go back north or go back south towards the Nashville Metro, but it's rush hour.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is rush hour, and who knows how many people we have driving around.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Highway 386. But if at all possible, we got to get people off that road all the way up towards Gallatin. Okay, Hendersonville is about to take what looks like a direct hit here from a very strong tornado. Unfortunately. There's really no point in going any more localized than that, but we're going to try to for you. Once again, last ditch effort. If anybody, knows anybody in Hendersonville and maybe they don't watch the weather, maybe they don't pay attention to the news, now's the time to try to get their attention. Let's get them to let's get them in the safe spots. Okay. Let's get them into shelter. Tornado, if it remains on the ground, which there's no reason to believe why it won't, that it won't. If it remains on the ground, the tornado will enter Hendersonville on the western side near the Cumberland River. If you guys know where the Jiffy Lube is on the west side of town, if you know where the Rudder is, the restaurant there, that's the general vicinity where the tornado will come into town. Now, don't get me wrong, the whole town needs to be in their safe spots. But given everything that we know now, that's around where we think it'll enter. It could parallel the main the Johnny Cash Parkway here all the way through into Drake's Creek Park. From there, it could go across into the general Bluegrass Yacht and Country Club area. And then, of course, it might exit town on the side of where the Kroger is. Okay, so think about it that way. That's literally drawing a line right through the middle of town. So that's the general vicinity as to where we think the storm is and where it's going to go. Latest scan continues to look, as concerning as it gets. Unfortunately, I'm having to do a lot of refreshing here. But the latest scan continues to show a debris ball on the radar, and also a continued sign from our correlation coefficient that there's debris in the air. So once again, this is a big tornado getting ready to come into the Rockland and Cedar Brook area on the western side of Hendersonville. Take shelter immediately. This is the definition of a life-threatening situation. It doesn't really matter how long you've lived in Hendersonville. There might not have been as serious of a situation as this. So please take it seriously and get to shelter right now.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Oh my gosh. I don't know exactly where this is coming from, but this is like a screen cap of a tower cam somewhere. And this is this is from a tower in downtown Hendersonville. You can see the tornado coming into town right there. Destructive, violent tornado coming right into Hendersonville right now. Caleb came through, but I'm not able to get back to him. Oh. Yeah, go ahead, Caleb. So this is recently. Right now, on the western side of Hendersonville, a damaging tornado is currently destroying homes and businesses near the Rockland community. It's going to continue to go through Hillwood, Raintree Estates, and Scottish Highlands. And we need to go ahead and talk. Hopefully this doesn't last forever. Hopefully it wraps up and goes away, but we need to talk about places farther downstream. This is going to ride the Highway 386 all the way to Bluegrass Meadows, Avondale, and Gallatin in Tennessee, or areas just south of Gallatin near Cedar Grove. So we need to go ahead and get to shelter there. Back there, if this does continue, you have time to make that go back. Okay, you have time to, put on a pair of shoes and find a helmet. Like, you have time. The worst, what's the worst that can happen? You do all that, and then the tornado, lifts, and you didn't need to. This is the best time to think about the saying, better safe than sorry. And you know what I'm saying? Go Latin? Okay, my bad. Let's try to get back with Caleb again. Caleb, can you hear me? Caleb's very close to where the tornado is, but he's in the rain right now, so we can't really see anything. Okay.
New information. This tornado
so it's
warning
just been
has been
upgraded to a
upgraded.
tornado emergency. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado emergency for Davidson, Sumner, and Wilson counties in Tennessee.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
This is once again, this is a dangerous situation, a life-changing situation for most of the people in the path of this. Unfortunately, there's no...
Yeah, Ryan, go ahead.
There's nothing, to say other than this is going right through Hendersonville. This is going right through the middle of Hendersonville. This is a huge, deadly, violent monster tornado producing catastrophic damage now as it moves towards Scottish Highlands and Bluegrass Meadows. Caleb, I don't know if you saw or not, but this is now a tornado emergency. I'm expecting that you're going to come across some very significant damage as you're on the backside of this. Just let us know what you see, okay? Is it Gallatin? Gallatin?
Yeah, copy that,
okay.
Ryan. I will keep you guys updated as I come across it.
Okay. All right, so if you're just now tuning in, this big blob of colors here, this is the general area where we think the tornado is. What we're looking at here is the velocity, and that shows us where there's rotation. Unfortunately, because we're so close to the radar, it's not as easy to point out as what it normally is, but you can see it there. The tornado is moving through Hendersonville right now. It's moving over towards Scottish Highlands, and it's actually a little bit easier to discern exactly where it is on reflectivity at this moment, because you can see the hook and you can see the debris ball right there. That is where there's, pieces of homes, pieces of trees, there's just things in the air that are reflecting back to the radar as, part of the thunderstorm, but it's actually, part of the city now floating above the city, suspended by the tornado updraft. And that's going to continue to move in this general vicinity. I don't know how long it's going to last, but we're going to assume that it's at least going to make it to Gallatin, Tennessee. I know I've been pronouncing some of these town names wrong. Please bear with me. Get to shelter if you're up there, guys. Tornado emergency. This is something that only this does not happen unless there is a big tornado. Okay. There was a tornado emergency with the Mayfield, Kentucky tornado, with the Rolling Fork tornado, with, think of any of the big tornadoes we've covered over the last however long. A tornado emergency was associated with that. And now we've got one for Hendersonville and Gallatin, Tennessee. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, and considerable damage to homes is possible. Complete destruction is possible. Wow. Latest update there. No good signs. Still seeing the debris ball. Still seeing the incredible presentation from radar. We still have a big tornado on the ground now in Scottish Highlands, moving due east with a little bit of a northern component towards Bluegrass Meadows and Avondale. Let me try to zoom in a little bit here. Give you a little bit of an update on to where that is. So I believe the tornado has passed through all the areas that we've talked about. It went through, it came into town on the side where the Jiffy Lube is. It's probably produced an unbelievable amount of damage near the Humane Society, near the Sonic, the Wessington House Apartments, Drake's Park soccer fields. We called this out, several minutes ago. And now, at this very moment, it's approaching the junction where the Main Street kind of gets back into where the Vietnam Veterans Boulevard is. And then we're probably going to ride that highway. As if we're the tornado, we're going to ride 31 East up towards the Kroger and the Honda car dealership up there. So that's, that's where the tornado is going right now. Beyond that, it's going to continue to, if it stays on the ground, it's going to continue to wreak havoc between Hendersonville and Gallatin, and that's going to be where, if you know where the NCG cinemas are, if you know where the Volunteer State Community College is, if you know where places like the Publix supermarket is, like all of that stuff that connects these two towns, that's where the tornado is right now. And it could kind of curl up and go a little bit more northeast, or it could continue on that almost due east trajectory. So everybody from LaGuardo up to Cedar Grove needs to be getting in their safe spot right now. Unfortunately, this is, I think pretty soon we're going to start hearing news about some pretty significant damage back here. If you're just now tuning in, there is a large and potentially catastrophic tornado ongoing right now in Hendersonville, Tennessee, and it's continuing to move east. Oh my goodness. Let me show you another video here. So this is from the SmartWay live camera. I don't know exactly where it comes from, but Birding Peep WX on Twitter made a screen grab of it. And this is what that camera captured right before it lost power. This is I-65 at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard. looking west. So you can see that's, that's where it entered town, and that's probably not even where it was at its peak intensity. This is before it even got to the Jiffy Lube. But, you know, if you've heard me talking about the different areas where the tornado could be. So that's what we're looking at here, and I believe that a very similar looking tornado, or even a much larger one, is still ongoing near Avondale in on the eastern side of Hendersonville now. Okay, and that's going to continue to move east. So what you're seeing on the screen there, that's coming towards you. If you are in the general area of Peytona, Tennessee, Cedar Grove, and LaGuardo, somewhere in that, draw a triangle between those three areas. Somewhere in there is where the tornado is right now and where it's going to continue to go. Wow. Yeah, I'm still looking through everything. Thank you guys for tagging me and stuff and sending stuff in. Remember, don't go storm chasing. Don't go looking. Just if something happens where you are right now, to your home or your place of work, feel free to report it and send it to me on Twitter. Also, please tag the National Weather Service. They need that information more than me. So tag them. This is a life-threatening situation. Seek shelter now. There's about 147,000 people in what remains of the tornado emergency here. And at this point, we're just kind of waiting once again on updates from the radar. What's incredible is I believe Caleb is on. Yeah, so this is a live look from Caleb in Hall Force 1. He is just to the west. I mean, just to the west of where this tornado is right now. And in fact, the part of the road that he's getting ready to be on, probably about 3 or 4 miles in front of him, the tornado was just there. So we should see either significant damage or something as soon as an indicator of what happened here from Caleb's feed. But I don't see the tornado right now, but
hey, Ryan, when you've got a second,
could definitely see something here soon. That's him. Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
So far, so good. I have not come across any damage. However, I also haven't been in Hendersonville. I believe the name of the town is. But I believe currently that I am directly on the backside of this tornado or this rotation. I'm not 100% sure if it is still actively on the ground. I have continually been seeing power flashes over the past 5 or 6 minutes. And I just had one right now, actually. But I'm going to continue to monitor for you guys and then update if I have any new information for you.
Okay, from what I can tell, it was probably on the ground, on the part of the road that you're on right now, and it is still on the ground right in front of you. Okay.
Yeah, 10-4. I can actually, I don't know if you can see on camera, but I visually can see rotating bands of rain just off to my right here. I know it's moving away from me, but I'm going to slow down significantly just to allow it to move a little further away from me.
Okay. All right, so that's where that's what's going on with Caleb. He's going to be giving us updates as to what's going on here. The latest scan from the radar is still a little bit skewed. Okay, it's a little bit kind of messed up by the being so close to the actual radar tower. But you can see very clearly that the hook is still there. We still have the debris ball. We still have a tornado. Okay, and it's still on its way to Gallatin, Tennessee, and this time, if it continues on its trajectory, which it's been a while, right? We've seen these tornadoes today, except for the one up near Clarksville. They've all had short lifespans and then kind of respawned and lifted and respawned. This one, if it does that, hopefully it does that right over the town and doesn't come back down until it gets past Gallatin. But if it doesn't, if it stays on the ground and stays on the exact same trajectory that it's been on, then we can expect it to enter on the southwest side of town. similar to what just happened in Hendersonville, and continue up through places like Trousdale. Okay, so let me get a little bit more detail for you. Right now, the tornado is somewhere over Town Creek. Okay, if you guys know the branch of the Cumberland River called Town Creek that goes back up towards the Old Hickory boat ramp, that's where the tornado is right now, and it's likely going to enter town somewhere near that, but closer to the Iron Lotus Gym. If you know where the Iron Lotus Gym is, or the Bluegrass Veterinarian Hospital, from there it's going to go over towards the Publix on the south side of Gallatin, and then anywhere down here where the historic Rosemont is, or the Mabel's Dining Room, that restaurant is, all the way up to the Gallatin City Cemetery points east, over towards Thompson Park, over towards the Sumner Regional Medical Center. All of those places are in what I believe are the direct path of the tornado, and everywhere in between. I just listed off a pretty large area. It's not going to hit all of those places, but somewhere between those places, and like draw a line in your map or in your mind of like where those places are. That's the general vicinity of where the tornado is going to go. And the latest scan there is looking continuingly concerning once again with this thing. I mean, it's still on the ground. It's still producing damage. It's still a nightmare of a situation here for the people of Tennessee. We're starting to see some more reports of damage are starting to come in from Hendersonville. I'm sure we will hear a lot more about that. But so far, I haven't heard of anything substantial that needs us to break away from the radar coverage. Power lines and trees are down all across Main Street in Hendersonville, but I'm sure that's just the beginning of what we will hear. My goodness, look at this. Look at that radar presentation, guys. That is not something you see every day. Start and stop polling again. Wow. Just an absolute monster of a storm here in Tennessee. Latest radar update does continue to show that debris ball there, and a lot of debris in the air over Gallatin right now. The pieces of Hendersonville are currently probably falling in Gallatin, Tennessee. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I was just coming in to say the cycle of this is probably already completed very quickly here, and is now likely to drop a tornado as it passes through south of Gallatin in Tennessee. So unfortunately, that process that we were talking about happened almost instantly, and this is why we wanted everybody to already be in their safe spots here. I expect it to continue doing damage here south of Gallatin, Tennessee.
Okay, thank you. Meteorologist Andy Hill is in the background, guys, keeping an eye on everything for us. Right now, it looks like all of our focus is on this one storm, even though there are a lot of other storms. This is the most life-threatening and most immediately dangerous one. We have another big tornado coming out of the same storm. This one actually might even be more intense than the one we saw in Hendersonville, but it's coming together here on the south side of Gallatin, and it's going to go through a lot of those areas that I just talked about. Right now, that tornado is probably near the Valvoline instant oil change area near Great Clips and Windsong. Okay, so if you know where Windsong is, you know where the Great Clips is, that's the general vicinity where we think the tornado is. And it's going to go north and east from there. It's probably going to go, along Airport Road, up towards like the Kingdom Hall Jehovah's Witness, and probably even over towards the Exxon on Airport Road there on the southeastern side of town. Everywhere in the entire town, however, is under the gun for a potential tornado here. So we need to all be in our safe spots, but just we're trying to be as precise as possible with where we think it is. And we still have Stormchaser Caleb Beecham trailing the storm. He's a little bit behind right now, but we've got a live view from him above my head. Whenever it gets back up, you'll see probably some of the damage that he's coming across. Oh, it looks like I'm frozen up there. Or his feed is frozen on my end. It's all right. We'll keep him up in here. Go ahead, Andy. And Andy, if you don't care, I'm going to walk into the production room real quick just to refresh Caleb's feed. So I'll be like two minutes.
Okay, gotcha, Ryan. Yeah, I wanted to include, guys, that this is going to pass over the Music City Executive Airport. If anyone is at that airport, you have about a minute or less than a minute before this passes right over probably the south side of the airport in particular, where that Exxon is along Steam Plant and Airport Road in Southeast Gallatin. Out ahead of this is areas around the Bledsoe County State Park, Bates Branch here along Highway 25 is where this tornado is going to track once it exits the southeast and southern parts of Gallatin, Tennessee. So please be taking shelter if you're in Castalian Springs. In that area, it should pass right around Castalian Springs. Please be taking shelter, again, anywhere in this area in the interior-most room of your house or a basement if you've got one. I expect this to keep going. We also have a storm that's coming into where this rotation is, which you can see. It's right over my webcam right here. That storm is going to be sucked into the supercell, and it could possibly intensify the tornado briefly. Anyway, anything that does happen with this tornado, there is there's just a distinct outcome of you need to be taking shelter no matter whether it weakens or intensifies at any point. I've been checking a lot of the other storms as we are currently covering this area in particular intensely. There is a concerning storm in northeastern Mississippi that I'll touch on for a second, just to the north of Belmont in Mississippi, about to cross the state line. That will head generally to the south of Florence, Alabama, for anybody watching there. Currently not warned for anything and doesn't look like it should be warned in the near term, but just want to give you an update on that. It's probably about 15 to 20 minutes out. All right, Ryan's back. You got me, Ryan?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you are in Castalian Springs, Bethpage, Hartsville, please expect a tornado warning soon, since I don't think there has been one issued yet into parts of Trousdale County and also the southwest part of Macon County. Expect a tornado warning if you are in those general areas along
A
Highway
new
231.
PDS tornado warning has been issued.
There it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. So we just got a new warning here, and that's going to be for the storm that we've been hyper-focusing on. The tornado emergency looks like it's, at this point, not going to
A new
continue,
tornado warning
but it's
has
still
been
a
issued.
PDS tornado warning as the storm goes up towards Oakland, Payne Store, Green Grove, and New Harmony. All right. So it's past Gallatin for the most part now. It's still on the southeastern side of town, just south of Trousdale. But if it's going to continue off to the east there towards Oakland. And now it's a PDS tornado warning. Particularly dangerous situation. Take shelter now. We've got a live view from Stormchaser Caleb Beecham in Hull Force 1. And it looks like he's come across some damage here. I see trees down. Let's see if we can get an update from him. Caleb, I think I was away from the computer last time you called in. Are you seeing any damage? What are you looking at now?
Yeah, I actually just pulled up on stream here some pretty in front of the truck. Let me just cut to the front camera here and see if I can't get you a good view of that. But so far I've seen some significant roof.
We got spotty internet coverage where he is. He's saying that he's trying to switch us to the front camera, but he's got significant roof damage, it seems, to some homes in front of him. And he's in like the Bluegrass Meadows area. I think it's a little bit farther to the west where the tornado was at maximum intensity. So we'll see what happens if he travels over that way a little bit. But I think we lost him. I don't hear what he's saying now. Yeah. Okay. We'll try him again here in a little bit, but we've got a lot of damage reports and stuff coming out of Hendersonville now. Also from the Bluegrass Meadows area. It's dark, and unfortunately it's about to storm again. So anybody who's listening to me, I know we got a lot of, even emergency managers and first responders and stuff that listen in to the stream sometime. If you're going out to move trees around and if we're going out to maybe do search and rescue, know that another big storm is on the way. Probably not tornadic, but certainly some very strong rain, some lightning, some thunder, some winds, just to complicate measures over the next 30 minutes to an hour here. That's coming into Hendersonville. And also, that's also going to happen in Gallatin. So the tornadic part of the storm that prompted the tornado emergency is past the town of Gallatin, Tennessee now, but another storm is coming in that's going to produce hail and potentially damaging winds. And that's happening within the next couple of minutes. So be prepared for that. Tornado is still ongoing, more than likely, here between Trousdale and Oakland. If it's not, it's probably going to cycle again. This is the best looking supercell we've seen all day. It looks to me like this one's going to be sticking around for a while. So everyone downstream, all the way to Green Grove, Beach Hill, and New Harmony needs to be taking shelter. I appreciate everybody for sharing the stream. Thanks for helping us get the information out. I do think that we're going to be tracking this one for a while. So unfortunately, if you know anybody even farther east, if you know anybody near Lafayette, Tennessee, for example, or maybe even Murfreesboro, anywhere a little bit farther east than what we're looking at right now. Make sure you let them know that it's going to be a pretty rough night in terms of severe weather, and the tornado threat is going to continue at least for the next couple of hours, especially with this storm right here and the one just north of that. Kentucky, there is still a tornado warning in Kentucky. The one up towards Frankfort has been allowed to expire, but in southern Kentucky, the town of Scottsville and Chapel Hill are under a tornado warning right now, and you can see that this storm has a nice little hook to it, and there's some rotation there. Not quite as significant as what we're seeing a little bit farther to the south, but certainly nothing to, ignore. So make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in Allen County, Kentucky. Tornado is now moving into Oakland, Tennessee. Next in line is going to be Castellian Springs. And we've got people sending in photos and videos. I want to try to show you some of this. Here's a video from, my goodness. For some reason, I can't show videos, full screen videos, while still showing the user's profile. Well, this is from Hendersonville. I will find who sent this as soon as I'm able to close out of the thing. But this is from Hendersonville looking over the Cumberland River. You can see the tornado there. Wow. I think there's a lightning strike that happens. Yeah, that makes it very visible. You can see it right in the middle of the screen there. And now it's getting even darker out there. So we're going to continue to see things. We're going to continue to see these tornadoes, and you're not going to be able to see them like that. So it increases the danger of the situation, because now, tornadoes in the dark, that's a whole nother level of this kind of situation. Oh, and yeah, this is some of the preliminary damage from the Hendersonville, Tennessee area. It looks like if you guys have the Radar Omega app, you guys can see that as well through old Brandon Kopic stream here, who is in Hendersonville. Also, who is this? Corey Gherkin is out there as well. And a lot of storm chasers have probably kind of culminated and paused here around Hendersonville to try to help, because That looks like some pretty significant damage. Let's talk to Caleb and see if he's seeing anything else or if he plans on going west. Hey, Caleb, just seeing some, images from Hendersonville. It looks really, really bad. Just wondering if you've seen anything else and if you plan on going west or if you plan on keeping up with these storms or what. Oh, wow. So this is a live look at some of the damage in Sumner County, Tennessee. This is between Bluegrass Meadows and Lake Club Estates. And I do believe that the tornado is still ongoing right now. It just went through Oakland and it's about to cross over Highway 231 near Chipman in Tennessee. The good news is the storm looks like it's trying to weaken a little bit. Hopefully that's a trend and it's not just a recycle. But the tornado is likely going to go right into Chipman before it lifts. So make sure you take shelter right now. Yeah, still waiting. I mean, other than some of the very preliminary pictures and stuff that we've seen, I haven't gotten any confirmation on any other kind of official reports. Wow, that was a huge tornado. Wow. I'm retweeting a video right now from Radar Omega of the tornado as it went north of Nashville, near Hendersonville, and it's massive, guys. Here's some of the damage from earlier today in Clarksville, Tennessee. So this was also a really strong tornado that happened a lot earlier. Some of the preliminary imagery that we've seen come out of Hendersonville looks even more intense than this. Storm Prediction Center highlighting this area. The severe weather threat continues across the tornado watch. All hazards remain a concern. A locally higher tornado threat may develop over the next few hours down here in northwest Alabama and extreme southern and south central Tennessee, Lawrenceburg, Columbia, Florence, these places. Looks like there's about 60,000 people without power in Tennessee right now. A lot of those are in the Hendersonville area. Sorry, I'm just looking through some of the, a lot of you guys are sending stuff in. I appreciate it. If you're just now tuning in, it does look like Hendersonville took a pretty big hit from a tornado here. We're trying to understand a little bit more the caliber or the total impact, because even though we are continuing to cover the weather here, we've still got 2 tornado warnings. We've still got potentially an ongoing tornado here south of Bransford. It's hard to tell though, because it's trying to weaken out a little bit. But even though that's our main focus, this is also still a kind of like a news kind of thing as well, because now we've got thousands of people that have tuned in from around Hendersonville and their families, maybe even that live far away, and they're waiting to hear like what happened. Okay, we saw the big red blob go through the city. Now what? And we want to make sure that we provide as much information as possible on that. Wow. Here's another look at the tornado in Hendersonville. BD posted this from Madison, and this is pretty much the same tornado that we were looking at from the Skycam footage, but from a different vantage point and like a handheld cell phone thing. So it hit something there, and there was a big explosion, and that was on the southwestern side of Hendersonville. I think it reached maximum kind of intensity on the northeastern side, and that's around where Caleb Beecham is now. So it'll be interesting to see, what he comes across. If you're just now tuning in, the town of Henderson, Tennessee was hit by a strong tornado. We're trying to figure out what happened there and see if there's any news to relay on that. The storm that produced that tornado is continuing to be a strong storm, but it looks like the tornado, at least in the last couple of scans, it looks like the tornado threat is going down with that particular storm. But still, if you're in Green Grove or Beach Hill or New Harmony in Tennessee, please take shelter. We've still got a tornado warning up in Kentucky for Scottsville. That storm is also weakening. But you need to stay in your safe spot until the warning is allowed to expire. Yeah, I just really hope that a lot of people were in their safe spots. Thankfully, because this storm was so impactful and like concerning for the Nashville area, I believe there was a lot of attention on it for probably a good hour, if not even longer than that, before it ever got to Hendersonville. And so there was a huge lead time there for people who were paying attention. So hopefully, we hear some good news about, not very much in the way of injuries and stuff like that. Emergency services are responding to injuries and reports of structural damage following the tornado in Montgomery County, Tennessee. Yeah, at Ryan Hall, y'all, on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. It's not my favorite social media platform, but it's the best for this kind of thing, for like rapid information compiling, whatever you want to call it. So while we are waiting on an update from Caleb, I also want to update you on what's going on with the current storm. So the storm that produced the tornado that you're looking at on screen right now near Hendersonville, that storm is still chugging along, and it likely produced a tornado through Oakland as well. Right now, it looks a little bit less convincing. So I'm not sure if it's still producing a tornado, but we still have that tornado warning. So we want to stay in our safe spots. But it looks like it could be trying to recycle. All right. So there's a chance that we got a little bit of a break. And now we're going to get back into the, I guess, the grind of tracking this thing as it goes off to the north and east. If this does continue to try to produce tornadoes, maybe even Lafayette, Tennessee needs to be concerned about this. But right now, I'm hoping that that little hook, let me go back to the radar. I'm hoping that this right here goes away. Maybe I hope that this becomes more linear over the next little bit, which is possible. It is possible. Only tornado warning we have right now is a radar indicated tornado warning for places like Beech Grove, Fairview, and Wickstown, Tennessee. That's Macon, Sumner, and Trousdale counties in Tennessee. If you guys see anything, even if you don't have pictures of your own to send on Twitter, if you see anything newsworthy that needs to be relayed, just tag me in it on Twitter, just at Ryan Hall, y'all. It's always helpful. There is an overnight shelter in Clarksville. Overnight shelter. The Manna Cafe is open tonight for people who are displaced by the tornado. That's on 503 D Street on Providence Boulevard. If you know someone who is displaced, especially if they don't have internet, please share. I want to say thanks to everybody that's been supporting. I obviously haven't been able to look at chat at all, but Jackie, thank you so much for the very generous contribution. Grace, thank you as well. Thanks to all the new members. Thanks for the gifts and all that stuff. I don't know exactly what we're going to do as far as our nonprofit organization goes. We have the Y'all Squad. We kind of have a lot of resources in place to take care of some people in a situation like this. We don't know what's needed yet, and we don't know anything else. So if you do want to help us, potentially send Caleb down there to help some people out. I know that we've got the capability of, there's a lot of stuff that we can do with our nonprofit organization. If you want to support that, go to the y'allsquad.org and make a tax deductible donation to our 501c3. Okay, the y'allsquad.org. That's the best way to do that. And we've already got Caleb down there, and of course, we've got other people that we can send as well if we are needed. And that's kind of, after this tornado warning is allowed to expire, that's going to become our main focus, is just figuring out, like, okay, how can we help? Sometimes that's bringing in a truckload of generators. Sometimes that's just helping people clean up. Sometimes it's setting up like a Y'all Squad HQ where we do food. We cook, give out free meals, and we have like free Starlink internet. We try to do whatever we can to help, but like we always just ask first, and that's the kind of the phase that we're in right now. If you're just now tuning in, we still have one tornado warning out there. Velocity not looking as impressive as it was, but we still have to watch this very closely. We'll see if the National Weather Service issues a new tornado warning, as this one is getting close to exiting the polygon that it's in right now. Hey, Caleb, I know you're busy and you're in a low service area, but whenever you get a chance, let us know if you got any updates for us. Carlos says, thank you for your coverage, Ryan. Because of you, I was able to warn a friend about the tornado headed her way. Thank you. Thank you, Janie, for the 10 gifted memberships. You guys are awesome. Thanks for the support. We couldn't do what we do without you, literally. We're going to continue to watch this. I'm really hoping that they allow this tornado warning to expire and we get a moment to kind of collect ourselves here. But we're going to continue to watch this whole line for the next little bit. There's an increased risk for potential tornadic activity in this area for the next, I don't know, hour or so, because we do have some prefrontals trying to pop up. We've got some rotating storms out here, but once the storms clear this, like once they get past Florence, Alabama, for example, it's mainly a damaging wind threat, especially on the northern side. Now, down here a little bit farther to the south, we've got some storms that are going to continue to be a problem all night, really, in parts of Mississippi and Louisiana. There could still be a continued tornado threat down here for an extended period of time, but I'm hoping it's not going to be as serious, I guess, as what we've been seeing up in Tennessee. Yeah, guys, it's the y'allsquad.org. If everybody that was watching right now did like $2, we would have more than enough to significantly make a huge difference in people's lives down there. And that's what it's all about. That's why we did the whole nonprofit thing, is to make sure that it was separate and make sure that there's a way to keep up with the call to action and show exactly what we're doing. There's so much insane video on Twitter. And that's why I'm being a little bit quiet. I'm just trying to go through all that. According to radar, just solely according to radar imagery, some of the estimated wind speeds from the tornado near Hendersonville are around 180 miles per hour. But that could be way off. That's just an estimate from what we've seen on the radar. Wow. Kirsten, thank you so much. Bill, thank you. Thank you all for the support. Okay, so that tornado warning has been allowed to expire, and we now have no tornado warnings, thankfully. We're going to try to continue to monitor the situation for the next little bit, though. So if you're downstream, if you're still yet to be hit by these storms, we're going to try to stick with you for a while. Make sure you stay tuned here. And if you're still waiting on more news and information from Hendersonville, we're also going to continue to try to relay that for you, at least for the next little bit. Once again, if you guys want to support our efforts of helping the people out down there that got hit by the tornado today, the best way to do that is the y'allsquad.org. Okay, go to your web browser, theyallsquad.org, hit the little donate button right here. You can do monthly, one time, custom amount, whatever, hit next. This goes through our official not-for-profit 501c3 organization, and it's just the best way to do it. Obviously, you don't have to. But we've noticed we go live anytime there's a tornado, and there's always tens of thousands of people watching. So why not? Why not take that energy and that attention and that focus and try to distill it down into something palpable and useful for the people who just had their lives changed? Why not? You know? Goodness, guys, if you haven't seen the stuff that I'm retweeting on Twitter, you should go look at it. The damage does look really bad. Some of the tornado videos are some of the most ominous looking tornado videos I've ever seen from this part of the world. Wow. Unfortunately, I can't show a lot of this stuff on the stream. We got to respect the copyright of the Stormchasers and the people that are out there taking these videos. But I am retweeting it, so you guys, if you wanted to see that stuff, you can go look at it. Yeah, I'm just getting a bunch of information here. CDE Light Band. We currently have over 14,000 customers without power. Our crews have been assessing the damage caused by the tornado. There's also been fiber damage causing outages of broadband to broadband customers. Engineers are working to restore areas where they can. Okay. So there's a big internet outage, unfortunately, down here as well. Yeah, all tornado warnings have been allowed to expire, guys. We currently don't have any tornado warnings. We do have a pretty nasty, severe thunderstorm to the south and west of Nashville, though, that's getting ready to go through Williamsport, Tennessee, and one that's getting ready to go through Waynesboro that's got some pretty intense wind and rain with it. So we'll watch those. And we have a bunch of really strong storms down in Mississippi, but nothing tornadic right now, thankfully. Yeah, we're still waiting on news to come in. Jormalia, I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Thank you so much for the super chat. They said, I was able to warn my friends in Nashville. Luckily, it went north of them. Thanks, Ryan. Thank you. You don't have to thank me. Sorry. Oh, come on. Sorry, I'm trying to coordinate here in the background. I promise I'm going to get back to reading the chat and answering questions here in a second, but we might have a pretty big relief effort thing about to happen here, and there's just some stuff I've got to figure out. What's the all of the team here at the Hall Weather House is on like winter, like a Christmas off time, like holiday vacation right now. So I'm the only one here, and it's just me and Andy and Caleb, and we do have Frank and Kinsey, but like as far as like here, like people able to push buttons, and there's a lot of buttons to be pushed to make all this happen. It's just me. So thanks for bearing with me. Peter Williams, thank you so much. Thank you guys. It's raining in Dayton, Ohio. Yeah, you're fine in Dayton. Really, north of Lexington, I think the severe weather threat's pretty minimal. Main focus area is going to be right in here in southern Tennessee right now, and we're watching a live view of a tower cam over near Waynesboro, and you can see how frequent the lightning is. Okay.
A new tornado
So we got a
warning
new
has been
tornado
issued.
warning for Clay and Macon County in Tennessee. Clay and Macon counties in Tennessee. We'll zoom in on that. That's way up here in northern Tennessee near Lafayette. Once again, this is the same storm that we've been, tracking all evening, afternoon. It's trying to do it again. Another tornado warning is now being issued for Lafayette, Red Boiling Springs, and Midway in Tennessee. So make sure you guys are taking shelter here. That is we know what this storm is capable of. I don't think it's going to do that again, but it could definitely produce a tornado on its way through Rolling Springs, Tennessee. So take shelter immediately. Also, just wanted to give you guys an update. Thanks to you guys going
do you have a copy?
Thanks to you guys going to the y'allsquad.org. We have already raised an additional $10,000 on top of what we already had to help people in and around Nashville.
Hey Ryan, you got a copy?
So thank you guys for that. Now we're going to go in order from who asked and get updates from Chris, Caleb, and then Andy. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, I know you're a little busy. I've seen everything on Twitter, but I'm almost in Burkesville, Kentucky. We finally made it up. The road networks suck. Looks like that storm near Lafayette's trying to get its act back together, but this is going to be a Kentucky storm here pretty shortly, and we're right in front of it, so we may have you a shot of it here in the next little bit.
All right, that was Chris. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey Ryan, I'm currently in Gallatin right now. It does appear like there's pretty substantial damage to some structures and then obviously some pretty significant tree damage as we've seen kind of across the board tonight. I'm just going to kind of survey this area and then probably head back over towards Hendersonville just to kind of give you guys an update as what's going on there.
That sounds good. That's what we need. Thank you. And now, Andy, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. I've been watching this storm that is near Smyrna and northwest of Murfreesboro. That's the southeast of Nashville. I know that's a heavily populated area in Rutherford County. So that's another one of our prefrontal cells. So another supercell that's out ahead of the line. That is being driven by the cold front. So if you're in Nashville now, you're good because the cold front is passing over you right now, and the severe threat should end once all this heavy rain is out. But out in front of it, we have this little supercell that's still experiencing good kinematics and good thermodynamics as well as we get into sundown or into the dark hours now. So if you're in Smyrna, this is headed just to the south of the center of Smyrna, and it will go to the north of Murfreesboro, generally toward Walter Hill. No warning on that yet, by the way. So it doesn't look like it's going to have a warning in the immediate term, but if it does get warned, now you know why.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. The meteorologist, Andy Hill, keeping us up to date on everything. We want to make sure that we don't get too locked into one storm and then not realize another storm is happening. And, he's kind of just watching everything and redirecting our focus. This looks like something that we need to look out for over the next little bit. And there's even more of those for, farther to the south and east. This, I think if we had to draw a new y'all watch out area, even though this one isn't nearly as, I don't think this one's as concerning as the one that we drew out earlier, but it would probably be like right in here, which is pretty much the remainder of the tornado watch that was issued by the National Weather Service. So we're going to watch all that area, all of this area, Murfreesboro, Smyrna, Lebanon, Watertown, all the way up through Salina, Tennessee. And of course, we're going to be with you as we continue to relay information from Hendersonville as well. Stormchaser Caleb Beecham is currently near Gallatin, and he's surveying the damage. He's looking around. He's going to go back to Hendersonville here soon and give us a look at that as well. And he'll probably be staying there. The Y'all Squad shows up. That's our logo, or that's our motto, I guess. And Caleb Beecham is a part of he's one of our disaster relief officers for the Y'all Squad, so he'll be staying there, talking to emergency managers tonight, and then figuring out how, as soon as tomorrow, we can start helping people out. Thanks to you guys, once again, going to the y'allsquad.org and submitting a tax-deductible monetary donation. Unfortunately, we can't spend the rest of this stream just solely as a fundraiser, which is what I would like to do. Don't get me wrong. That would actually be the best thing that we could do for the people out there that were just hit by the storm. But there's more storms. There's more future stuff to cover. So we are going to be kind of focusing on the radar for the next little bit, and then we'll hopefully compile a lot of information for you about Hendersonville, and we'll go back to that. So let's go from the top to the bottom here and talk about everything. If you're north of Lexington, Kentucky, it's just going to rain a little bit and get windy tonight. Might be dealing with some stronger winds and some snow way far up north. But the focus of what we're covering tonight is south of Lexington, Kentucky, including this severe thunderstorm near Mumfordville, Kentucky, that's moving up towards Eve. Okay, this might produce a severe thunderstorm warning for Lobb and Summersville, Kentucky before too long. We've got another strong storm getting ready to move through Glasgow, Kentucky as well, but no rotation or anything with it right now anyways. There is a little bit of rotation with the one near Mumfordville, but not enough to provoke a tornado warning. The only tornado warning that we do have right now is associated with the storm that produced the tornado in Hendersonville. That's now near Lafayette and moving up towards Red Boiling Springs. The velocity on that, the rotation, doesn't look as impressive as what it was earlier, but it's still a tornado warning and we still need to take it seriously. So if we're in Red Boiling Springs, Tennessee, take shelter now. Now, this next section of storms that's moving through Nashville right now, just a big line associated with the cold front, is, don't get me wrong, it's strong. There's going to be some winds, some hail, some rain, but this is all pretty much below severe limits. So, in Hartsville, in Belinda City, in, places like Franklin, Tennessee, I think for the most part, you guys are going to be all right. I don't think there's a huge tornado threat there, but certainly some strong storms are getting ready to come through. The thing that we have to watch with this cold front is what Andy was talking about not too long ago, and that's these prefrontal cells popping up out in front of it. You can already see how this one's got a little bit of a curve to it. It looks a little bit like the photograph that I think we were looking at earlier. You can see how the winds are turning with height. There's rotation here. There's lots of warm, moist air on the, the inflow side. There's a rear flank downdraft trying to form here. You can see the rotation. That might try to produce a tornado as it moves up towards Smyrna. So we're watching that one closely. Now, the line of storms that's causing a little bit of problems in Middle Tennessee is a little bit more amplified as you go farther south and west. So Williamsport and Santa Fe, you guys are going to get hit by the same line that went through Nashville, but it's a little bit more intense, not necessarily on the tornadic side, but on the severe weather side. So the whole line here is going to produce probably 1 inch in diameter hail, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We got a little cell here near Henryville that's trying to produce some hail as well. Near Summertown, we've got a little tower cam here pointed at that, and you can see that the lightning activity with it is probably pretty intense, but honestly nothing too crazy there. This would be considered another prefrontal though, so we would have to watch this one for potentially rotating as well as it moves up towards Mount Pleasant. Waynesboro, you're getting in on a pretty big storm right now, 1 inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and the farther south and west we go, the more it becomes about hail. Okay, the tornado threat down here definitely exists. That's why we have a tornado watch until midnight tonight. But hail is the headline for most of these storms. So like Saltillo, north of Tupelo in Mississippi, that's some big time hail, probably 1.5 inches in diameter, getting ready to come through, and that's going to go up towards Belmont as well. We do have to watch these little things. Anytime you see a little curve like that on the bottom of these, especially the more discrete cells, we got to watch and got to make sure that they don't start rotating too much. If they do, that probably will lead to a tornado warning. Right now, not seeing anything like that. Big storm getting ready to go through Woodland and Goodford, Mississippi as well, with some very large hail and some strong winds, so make sure you're ready for that. And then plumb all the way down here in south and east of Jackson and south and west of Meridian, Mississippi, we've got a huge damaging supercell that has kind of popped up all by itself. It's not really interacting with the lower level jet or any sort of wind shear that would make it rotate right now, even though there is a little bit of rotation associated with it. It's just mainly a powerhouse of a storm, producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and 2-inch in diameter hail. So that's going to cause some problems in and around the Loudon area, all the way up towards Montrose. And it'll probably also, it looks to me like it's kind of not necessarily stationary, but there's a lot of new moisture and energy getting pummeled up into it from the south. That might cause some flash flooding problems, especially if it kind of stalls out a little bit more as it approaches the Interstate 59 corridor near Pachuta there. So that's also going to head up towards Meridian, so make sure you guys are ready for that. Some cells popping up down here near Macomb, Mississippi, not much to talk about there. And really, the farther south we go, the stronger all of these storms get. Like these are much more powerful storms down here in Louisiana and southern Mississippi than anything that we're really dealing with in Tennessee. The difference is they're not rotating as much. Some of them are rotating. In fact, this one's got a nice little mezzo on it. There's a couple more of them that look interesting on velocity, but nothing even close to causing concern for an imminent tornado. The big deal here is all the lightning, the thunder, and the
new
big
tornado
hail and wind
warning
that's
has
coming
been
along
issued
with these as well. Alexandria, Louisiana, you're getting ready to get in on that, and same thing for you in Winsboro, Louisiana. So this line actually goes all the way back into Texas as well. Wow, look at this. And these little cells over here north and east of Houston are even rotating a tiny little bit, but not enough to cause a tornado warning or anything like that. But this line of storms is affecting an area from almost to Mexico, up through Louisiana, Mississippi, and into Tennessee and Kentucky. So this is a huge, widespread storm system. Let's take a look at that latest tornado warning that just came out for Lawrence and Wayne counties in Tennessee. That's going to include Lawrenceburg. And that's associated with this little area of rotation that we see there. Oh, yeah. So here's another one that could be producing a tornado south and east of Waynesboro, moving in the direction of Highland, Ovilla, Deerfield, Hudson, and Weber City. So we've got a lot of tower cams to monitor this one with, so we're going to keep an eye on it up here and keep the radar kind of focused on that general area. Getting an update from our nonprofit, theyallsquad.org. I don't have my team, most of them, here today, so we can't put a fancy graphic up on the screen, which usually helps, but I'm just going to verbally call it out. All right, we're up to $12,000 in raised today for the Y'all Squad. Thank you guys so much. Let's try to at least get that to 20 or 30. So if you would like to help us help people that have been impacted by tornadoes today, please go to theyallsquad.org. Theyallsquad.org. Our mods are posting links in the chat right now, and make a tax-deductible monetary contribution to our 501c3 nonprofit organization. Man, I feel like I just talked a lot just then. Like I can hear the I can hear it in my voice. I'm becoming a little hoarse. I'm continuing to relay some of the news and information that we're hearing from Tennessee and Kentucky as far as the damage goes. There's lots of stuff out there, so make sure you go look at that. And I'm also trying to find, breaking news updates to share with you as well. So far, what the gist of what I'm seeing is the whole area between Gallatin and Hendersonville was not wiped out, right? Like it wasn't like this huge thing like that. But there are pockets of what I would definitely call a violent tornado damage, and most of that is in the Henderson, Tennessee area. But of course, this is preliminary, and we'll learn a lot more later tonight, and especially first light tomorrow. And we'll have Caleb down there along the entire way. Yeah, straight line damaging winds are definitely no thing to disregard, I guess. That's why we try to call out all the severe thunderstorm warnings as well, especially the ones that are considerable or destructive with the new tag system from the National Weather Service. Tennis ball size hail with 80 mile per hour winds, like that can, I mean, just imagine getting hit by a baseball thrown by a professional baseball player. I mean, that can literally kill you. That could hurt you. It definitely poke a big hole in your roof or in your window or damage your vehicle, Has the storm hit Red Boiling Springs yet? No, it's getting ready to move in now. There's still a tornado warning for Red Boiling Springs, but the rotation is just not really there anymore. Definitely stay in your safe spot, but you can breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief knowing that it's not looking as serious as it was earlier for your neighbors to the south and west. Bluegrass Country Club has 300 people inside, but those people can't leave due to the damage. So if you guys remember, before the tornado even got into Hendersonville, we were talking about the Bluegrass Country Club as one of the places that were in the path, and unfortunately it sounds like there's people in there who, I don't know, I wouldn't want to say that they're trapped, but they can't leave right now due to the significant damage in that area. No injuries or casualties from that building, but they are not able to get out. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm watching the storm that's currently unwarned just outside of Florence, Alabama, in the northwest corner of the state. It's got some rotation on it that's evident about a mile above the surface, so we could see a tornado warning associated with this cell. If that continues to intensify, it does look like it's been on an intensification trend in terms of rotation and the ability to maybe produce a tornado. So y'all watch out ahead of this thing, just in case. It's a good idea to practice being in your safe spots if you're in Florence. I don't expect this to be a strong tornado producer at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy, for the update. This is the storm he's talking about. There's a tower camera for Florence, Alabama, right on the southern side of the town, and I'm pulling that up now just so we can keep an eye on the lightning activity and everything associated with this storm. But you can see that the rotation is trying to pick up a little bit here. So no tornado warning yet, but y'all watch out. It could be coming, and get ready to get into your safe spot whenever it does. Hey, thanks to you guys. We are up to $15,000 raised for the people in and around Hendersonville and Clarksville, Tennessee. We've got Stormchaser Caleb Beecham down there already running point on trying to figure out what we need to do next. We've got a big trailer full of supplies and grills and refrigerators and Starlink satellite dishes and everything that we're probably going to be loading up as soon as tomorrow or the next day and taking it down there to just do whatever we can with whatever resources you all give us. So thank you so much for that. And if you want to help, I know I've said it a bunch, but it's important that I say it as much as possible. theyallsquad.org. Yeah, this was a tornado outbreak today. Yes. I think it's safe to call it that. Is there going to be a tornado in Murfreesboro? It's too early to say that for sure, but you are under a tornado watch, and these tornadic storms that have been causing problems all day are still to your west, and they are moving east. So just know that probably not, but you definitely need to be watching the weather tonight as these storms progress. Wow. Benjamin, thank you so much. Everybody say thank you to Benjamin for the incredibly generous $500 super chat. I think that's probably one of the highest ones we've ever gotten. Is Davidson County, Tennessee in any harm?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We're going to check on Davidson County, Tennessee right here in a second, but I do want to make sure that we talk about what just happened here with the new tornado warning. We got a brand new tornado warning now in Kentucky. Cumberland and Monroe counties in Kentucky are now under a tornado warning. We want everybody in Tompkinsville, Harlan Crossroads, and Co. to take shelter right now. Chris Hall is actually close to that storm, so we might hear from him soon. See here. Is Davidson County, that's the county Nashville's in, right? If I'm not mistaken. If that's the case, then the vast majority of the severe weather threat is over for Davidson County tonight. On the southeastern side, there's still some strong rain and wind happening, but that'll be over before you know it. There's some leftover convection that might try to run through later tonight with some more lightning and thunder, but the tornado threat is pretty much over in Davidson County. But thank you so much for the very generous contribution. Yeah, Dayton, Ohio, you're fine. You're fine. And I know there's a lot of people talking about different locations. I can't do them all. I can't talk about them all, unfortunately. And if I'm not talking about yours, it's probably a very good thing. Just keep that in mind. Angie, thanks for becoming a member. We are approaching $16,000 raised over on theyallsquad.org. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a tornado warning down in southeastern Mississippi, to the north of Laurel, near Bay Springs, Paulding, and Pachuta. This storm has been chugging along for a while. It's in an area of much lower wind shear, so it would be tough to produce a tornado. But there's still adequate storm dynamics at play, altering the near storm environment. So it does look like there's been a recent uptick in rotation, and it has tightened quite a bit here in Jasper County in Mississippi. So if there is a tornado warning in that county, extending out ahead of it into Clark County, perhaps that is the reason why. It's a fairly robust supercell there, persisting for a while and now exhibiting some tighter rotation.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy, for bringing our attention all the way down here to extreme, what is that, southeast, or at least southeast Mississippi. We were just talking about this storm and how it looked like it was more of a just a severe weather threat, but yeah, there's definitely some rotation that's popping up here near Waldrop. And even though this storm doesn't have ample access to really impressive kinematics or like a really strong lower level jet stream like we've got up north, like Andy was saying, this storm is so large and so powerful, it can alter the dynamics of the atmosphere near the storm, near itself, enough to actually produce a tornado without much help from the lower level jet stream. And that looks like that might be trying to happen here. So we're watching this storm pretty intensely. Even without a tornado, this is an incredibly strong storm here between Heidelberg and Enterprise, Mississippi, and points west. This is going to cause flash flooding. This is going to cause some big hail and damaging winds. And now we have to throw a tornado threat in there near Waldrop. So we're keeping an eye on that. Here is a video from near Springfield, Tennessee earlier. My goodness. Seriously, some of the stuff that we're seeing is some of the craziest tornado videos I've ever seen. Yeah, I'm still looking at different information and stuff that's coming in. I'm also still waiting on an update from Stormchaser Caleb Beecham, who should, I think, is on his way back towards Hendersonville right now. So we'll see. Josh Powers, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. He says, thank you, Ryan, for all that you do to keep us weather aware and all the help that you and your crew give to those impacted. My son said he always feels calmer during storms when he can watch you. Josh, I appreciate that. I'm glad that we can help in any way. A lot of people say that. A lot of people say that it's a calming thing to know so much. Like, I feel like one of the things about traditional weather coverage, and like, I'm a huge weather dork. All I've ever, when I was like 5 years old, my favorite thing to do was to watch the Weather Channel. And so I've got a lot of experience like watching, weather coverage and stuff. And I think one of the things that makes it scary or makes people be more afraid in certain times is the vagueness of it. Like, I feel like if you watch this stream, you know so much about everything that's going on with the storm. You hear us like producing the show. You hear the Storm Chasers' immediate reactions with no filters from a producer or anything like that. You know so much about it. It's harder to it's harder for it to be mysterious and therefore scary, I guess. I don't know. That's at least that's what I get from it. We're not trying to make like a polished presentation. We're trying to just rapidly get as much information out as possible. And that is a comforting thing for somebody who is maybe anxiously looking for information on something. Beehive, thank you so much for that. He says, I'm watching in Boston. Keep up the good work. Thank you. And guys, if there's anybody watching in the Northeast, this same storm is going to be causing a lot of problems for you tomorrow and then into the next day. The low pressure center with this is going to kind of really get pretty deep over the Atlantic Ocean and probably cause some strong winds, especially the closer you are to the coast. In excess of hurricane force. I think Cape Cod and Long Island, some places there could be dealing with a few hours of very intense winds as the storm wraps up and then causes blizzard conditions up back towards the Adirondacks. No, I don't think a lot of snow is going to be expected in places like Boston, probably none at all. You'll be in the warm sector, but some big time snow on the backside up into Canada, all from this same storm that we're talking about today. Andrew, thank you so much for that. He says, does the Smyrna area still need to be concerned? Thanks for all you do. I think the storm that popped up near Smyrna it didn't really, it didn't blow up. So it's still out here. Okay. It still has the opportunity to, intensify, but thankfully for whatever reason, it didn't mature. It's still rotating though. You can still see the shape of the storm like this. But if you're in the town of Smyrna, you do still need to be somewhat concerned because the line of storms is still approaching Smyrna. Thankfully, right now, none of this looks tornadic, and it actually looks below severe limits, so that's a good sign. But definitely don't let your guard down until this line has moved completely past the town. Yeah, we'll be using the proceeds from the y'allsquad.org to help people in Clarksville, Tennessee, and Hendersonville. And anywhere in between that needs it. Like what we do is we just ask the emergency managers and stuff like that if they need anything, and we see if we can provide that with the resources that we have, and we go from there. I'm just assuming that the vast majority of the help will be needed in Hendersonville based off what we've seen so far. Obviously, a lot of that's probably also going to be in Clarksville as well because we've seen a lot of the damage from there. It's pretty bad. We're getting close to $18,000 raised now for the people of Tennessee. Thank you once again. Please consider going to the y'allsquad.org and making a tax-deductible contribution to our 501c3 nonprofit organization. We've already got our officers, or at least one of our officers, I think actually two, from the Y'all Squad on the ground, ready to help in any way that we can. And like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 goes a long way. It's unbelievable what you can do with that when you're trying to help as many people as possible. So that's what we're doing. Here is a picture from Roddy from Hendersonville, Tennessee. So that is a little bit more sobering. That's a little bit more kind of indicative of probably more of what we will see at first light tomorrow. Whenever the sun comes up tomorrow, I really do think there's going to be a big part of Hendersonville that looks a lot like this, unfortunately, just based off of what we saw on radar. Really appreciate y'all and all the help.
Hey Ron, I'm just going to give you a quick update. We're in Burkesville, Kentucky. We're in front of this tornado warning cell. A lot of lightning, a lot of trees. Can't see nothing, so we're going to go on east. That's the update. Hope everything's okay.
That's Caleb, or I'm sorry, that was Chris. He is on the storm in Kentucky. The tornado warning that we have in Kentucky, and he's not seeing anything right now. But I mean, it's hard to see anything. It's dark, and if there was a tornado associated with this storm that's moving up towards Judio and Burkesville in Kentucky, it's rain wrapped. So like you're not going to see much of anything, anyways. That's why you should be in your safe spot for sure. If you're down there in Cumberland or Monroe counties, Kentucky. Travis says, I live in Hendersonville. Y'all helped me and my family stay up to date on the tornado when the power went out. I'll be going out tomorrow to assess the damage. Travis, I'm glad you're okay. Thank you so much for being here. You did not have to do that, but thank you. Malice, I hope all affected get the help they need. Can you check on the Mississippi storm? Yes, I can check on the Mississippi storm. Let's go back down there. And by the way, there's multiple Mississippi storms. We'll take a brief look at all of them, starting with the one that kind of raised suspicions earlier with the little bit of rotation that we saw. It looks like that rotation has let up a little bit, thankfully. But the storm as a whole is still a monster of a storm. This is causing big hail along Highway 503 here near Paulding. And it's going to continue to rotate and produce hail and strong winds as it goes off to the north and east towards Enterprise and Stonewall and Quitman. Okay. Meridian, Mississippi, you guys might get in on this as well. It just depends on how long this storm, if a storm rains itself out or something before too long, it might not cause too many problems for you. But elsewhere in Mississippi, like Tupelo, you guys are getting ready to get in on some big hail as well, especially on the south side of town. That is a hail core and a half. Right there, and we've also got a little bit of rotation on these storms, but nothing quite concerning enough to start a tornado investigation. Belmont, Golden, you guys are also in for a pretty big storm there. Ooh, goodness, this right here is probably the first example of a pretty significant straight line damaging wind producing storm that we've seen tonight. This is going to be moving through Houston, Mississippi, and Walthall here soon. Get ready for that. It's currently going through Calhoun City. And then we got another severe thunderstorm warning a little bit farther to the south back here near Yazoo City, just to the south and west of Lexington, Mississippi. Wow, that's actually got a really tight area of rotation as well. Look at that. I actually wouldn't be surprised at all if that got a tornado warning in the next little bit, because, I mean, I've definitely seen tornado warnings issued for less. So if you're out in front of this thing near Ebenezer, Richland, or Franklin in Mississippi, make sure you are paying attention. You might need to get to shelter soon. We've also got a little bit of rotation back here near Little Sunflower in Mississippi with this storm. So these storms are trying to spin a little bit, but the main problem that we're receiving from these storms right now is hail and wind. And get ready in Vicksburg, because that's coming towards you. And yeah, these go all the way back into Texas. I mean, there's a lot of warnings here. Most of these are just hail and wind, but I'm glad we checked in on that one right there. That could turn into something. We're going to keep an eye on it. The two active tornado warnings that we have right now don't even look as impressive as that unwarned storm in Mississippi. So hopefully that continues and these northern storms don't cause any more big tornadoes tonight. As far as we know, there have been no reports of fatalities in Clarksville. We haven't heard anything about Hendersonville yet. It's too soon. But there's definitely significant damage in both of those places. Are hurricane force winds expected for the Connecticut coast? Our weatherman only expects around 50 miles per hour. So whenever I say the coast, I'm talking about literally right on the beach. Okay, so if you are even a mile or two inland, you like 50 mile per hour winds are probably a better bet. Okay, if we're talking about extremely exposed areas with like no land friction at all, like the tip of Long Island and the tip of Cape Cod. Those are the areas that might experience some strong, potentially damaging winds in excess of 50, 60 miles per hour. But as of right now, I think that that forecast is pretty accurate for you. There could be a little bit of a coastal flooding problem in southeastern Maine. But I think for the most part, it's going to come down to just figuring out what happens, because honestly, I haven't looked at the model data for that since early yesterday, because we've been so focused on this. So we'll look at that here in a moment. We'll look at it together and see what we can expect for the Northeast tomorrow. As soon as we don't have any tornado warnings. Richard, thank you for that. Michelle Allen with the big $100 super chat. Thank you so much for that. It says, we live in upstate New York. Thanks for keeping us updated. We do not miss any of your posts. Michelle, thank you for that. I'm glad I can help. Get ready for some snow up there. Zach, how does Southwest Louisiana look for the tornado or severe weather risk tonight? Southwest Louisiana, looks like you are in the path of some big storms. The tornado threat's probably not going to be very high, but definitely some strong storms with hail and damaging winds are possible tonight as the cold front very slowly tries to move east. So I'll show you guys a little behind the scenes little tool that we use to track the storm chasers and give them traffic updates and stuff. This is a live look at where Caleb is. Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1. You can see him traveling down what is that, Drakes Creek Road. All of the orange and red are areas where the road is either closed or there's a lot of traffic. So you can really see the path of the tornado just from that. We've got what looks like this. This looks like the path that the tornado took, and that's where all the roads are closed. So Caleb is a little bit north of that right now, but he's heading south into probably one of the harder hit areas. So we should see on the stream sooner than later some of the damage from this general area. You remember I was calling out Drakes Creek Park a lot, and the country club over here. This is the general area where that stuff is. Got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now for Clinton, Cumberland, Monroe, and Russell counties in Kentucky. The tornado warning in southern Tennessee has been allowed to expire. And we've still got enough rotation here to justify the tornado warning in Kentucky. So if I'm in Burkesville, I am making sure I'm in my safe spot. After that goes by, though, it's probably just going to be a big-time wind threat as it goes towards Albany and Decide and Ida in Kentucky. So that's why that's considerable severe thunderstorm warning goes out towards Alpha in Kentucky. Thank you. Yeah, you can just sit it there. Thank you so much. I love you. Guys, the weather wife just delivered food. It's a very exciting time. So I think it's the first. Hey, I haven't eaten anything today.
A new tornado warning
we got a new
has been
tornado
issued.
warning in Alabama. Check that out. Tornado warning for the storm that Andy was talking about earlier. The one that went past Florence and is now going towards Lexington, Alabama. So we've got a camera there as well. That's our area of rotation near Killen and Center Star. And once again, it's moving in the general direction of Lexington, Alabama. So take shelter now if you are in Lauderdale County, Alabama. Yeah, a huge shout out to the weather wife. There's another reason I was a little bit late to the stream today. She's 8.5 months pregnant. Could happen at any moment, so I'm trying to stay close as much as possible. But she's here now, so we're all good. Yeah, no reports of any fatalities yet, guys. I promise. If some sort of news like that comes out, we will let you know. The only thing that we've heard so far is the obvious. Like, there's a lot of structural damage in Hendersonville and Clarksville. In Hendersonville, it's a little bit more foggy as to exactly what's going on because it was so recent. But we know that the Bluegrass Country Club has about 300 people that can't get out because of the damage. But no injuries or casualties are being reported there right now. Yeah, if this storm in northern Alabama is producing a tornado, unfortunately, it looks like our camera there is going to get overtaken by rain before the rotating part is in view. So even a lightning strike backdrop illuminated situation probably wouldn't let us see anything through that. Joe, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Where are we at, guys? So with our Y'all Squad, it's official. We are over $20,000 raised today for the Y'all Squad nonprofit organization. That's big. That's a lot of food. That's a lot of generators. That's a lot of cleaning supplies, shovels, rakes. We've got a big trailer here. We're going to take it down there. We're going to do whatever we can to help people. So thank you very much for the 20. If you've got the ability to, and if you want to, please consider going to theyallsquad.org and making a monetary donation to our 501c3 official nonprofit organization. Let's make the goal for the night at least 30,000. Okay, so if everybody watching right now did $1 or $2, we'd be able to get there. Okay, and we'd be able to help a lot of people. We're also, unlike a lot of other places, we film and we document everything that we do. So like when at some point you'll see exactly how far your dollar went on YouTube as we document the damage and the recovery efforts from these tornadoes. Okay, we've got a YouTube channel just for the Y'all Squad. It's called the Y'all Squad. So if you're interested in that, you can go subscribe to that as well. Yeah, and apparently there is a $3 minimum on the y'allsquad.org donation site. I didn't know about that, but I'm being told that that is a thing. Okay, so yeah, now it is just now coming out, and we are seeing officially, this is 4 minutes ago from a reputable news source, three confirmed fatalities in Tennessee, including a multiple in Montgomery County and one in Davidson County. So that all sounds like it's coming from the more recent tornado and not the Clarksville one. So already we're hearing about 3, at least 3. Unfortunately. Okay, there could be one in Clarksville too. It's still, everything's still pretty muddy right now. Montgomery County has confirmed multiple fatalities. And okay, Clarksville, Montgomery is Clarksville. And then Davidson is Nashville. Okay, I see. So we've got to confirm fatalities from both of the big tornadoes that we've had today. I believe that the Clarksville number is probably getting close to like a complete count. The Hendersonville, I mean, you got to imagine, like, we had a big tornado go through a very populated area an hour and a half ago or so. I don't even know now. And then immediately after that, we had an hour of heavy rainfall. So any search and rescue is probably just now really getting started now that the rain is over. Someone else who just recently had a newborn, Stormchaser Brad Arnold. It's one of the reasons why he's not out there chasing today. But he actually just made a tweet saying that he's becoming a little bit more concerned for North Alabama tonight. Instability is still in place, and the wind shear is increasing as the sun sets. So he's watching that very closely, and we are too here. Probably more than anything, this little sliver of Alabama is the most notable area of concern right now. It's the area is getting smaller as the night goes on, and it's also becoming a little bit less intense. So that's good news, but it's there, and we're going to be watching it very closely. Right now, we have that 1 tornado warning for Lexington, Alabama, and we've got this this tower camera here that's pointing us in the direction of where the tornado would likely come from. Chris Hall is storm chasing out there near Burkesville, Kentucky, and he sent me this video of the sirens going off. This is in Burkesville, Kentucky. That was from, I mean, just moments ago when Burkesville was still under a tornado warning. That warning was actually just recently allowed to expire. You can see still a big lightning show going on with that. Northwest Georgia, I think for the most part, Northwest Georgia is going to be fine. These storms are going to lose a lot of their oomph before they get to Georgia. We're talking some rain and some thunder and maybe even some severe weather, but the tornado threat will be a lot less than it is right now. Yes, unfortunately, we do have confirmation now that there have been fatalities in both of the big tornadoes that we've covered today, the one in Clarksville and the one that went through the northern Nashville area into Hendersonville. Obviously, we don't know any exact numbers yet. We're waiting. It's important that we don't talk too much about anything like that until it's concrete. Yeah, from everything that I can tell, especially just looking at the traffic map and stuff, the tornado went right through downtown Hendersonville along US 31 East, which is, I mean, it's pretty much exactly what it looked like on radar. And that makes sense because we were so close to the radar. Sometimes whenever you're a little bit farther away from the radar, the debris ball, the correlation drop, the velocity couplet is a little bit offset from where the actual ground circulation might actually be. So it's harder to pinpoint where exactly the tornado is, but it looks like the radar was actually a very precise tool with this specific tornado because of how close it was to the radar. Oh, crap. Caleb's camera is frozen again. I'll be right back. Andy, if you're around, you've got the floor, but I need to take a minute to refresh this feed.
Gotcha. Thank you, Ryan. And thank you guys for being here so far today. We still have an active tornado environment where that one warning is in northwestern Alabama to the north and east of Florence, heading to the state line with Tennessee. So we've got some more time to spend here with y'all to keep you covered here as these storms pass to the east of Lawrenceburg and Florence down Highway 43 here, Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. I appreciate you guys who have been here today. Thank you for all the contributions. Again, we're striving towards we're in the $20,000 donated range for multiple places that we're going to see relief efforts from the All Squad from. I imagine Ryan himself could even go down there if he weren't if he weren't so attentive to his wife. So thank you guys. I'm happy to support here on the main channel too. I think we could always do a better job. It's hard to be perfect covering these events, but the fact that we peaked over 75,000 viewers at one point today and spread the word that way exponentially through everybody watching was actually irreplaceable. So I want to make sure everybody pats themselves on the back for being a part of this. We would not do this without you. We could not be able to do this without you in any sort of capacity similar to what we've done today. And I wish we could be there for every single tornado too. Trust me, I'm sitting here before the stream started and just biting my fingernails watching the Clarksville tornado happen, and we're not live to deal with it because we're set by rigid guidelines put forward by the Storm Prediction Center outlooks. I wish we could be more flexible, and I wish we could have everything going ready to go. But the fact is, what we have been able to do is still irreplaceable by far. So we appreciate every single one of you, every single one of you. It is a really, really tough thing to do. I imagine Ryan would agree with me. It's just so tough to cover all of these events, and I tried to optimize our coverage of things that matter the most. It's really tough.
Yeah, and I think that today went as well as it could have gone given the circumstances. We've developed what we do here into such a complicated thing, and it doesn't have to be. What we've done today, what we ended up doing, just me and the radar and Andy and one Stormchaser. Even though there was some bugs and stuff like that's good enough, especially in a situation like this. But we're trying to do more. We're trying to, have like a huge wide range of, the places that we cover, multiple storm chasers, tower cams, probes, all this stuff. And that can't be done for every storm. You have to pick and choose your battles. When it comes to like our when we try to really cover the weather on a live stream basis, we're trying to help as many people as possible and do it in a way that nobody else is doing it. So like we have to set guidelines and criteria for like when we do that, or else, it costs a lot of money to send like people out and stay in hotels and, buy gas and, storm chase and all this stuff. So I agree with Andy that we need to figure out a way to more quickly like push a button at a moment's drop or at the drop of a hat. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but like we need to be able to do this more efficiently, and like we're getting there. We definitely are live way more now than we were a couple years ago, and we have the ability to do it in a way that we have never been able to do it before. We're way better now than we were when we first started, and 3 years from now we'll be even better. We're just continuing to try to always get better. And then also you got stuff on top of that we could have never planned for, like all of the team being out of town and on their holiday vacation right now. I mean, there's nothing you can really do about that, like the in-house crew here. And also, like, it's my wife could literally give birth at any moment. So we're trying our best to be constantly in place for that and focusing on that. So given all that, I think that today went as well as it could go, especially since the Storm Prediction Center did not meet the criteria that would normally prompt a live stream until the event was already in the middle of like happening. Like it was already happening. And that's why we got the extra channel now too. I think we did a good job of doing preemptive lead up coverage on there. Look at the storm bowing out here in Kentucky. That's the reason why we got that considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Albany, Kentucky. Strong 70-mile-per-hour winds are getting ready to move in there. Get ready for that. Deb Dean, thank you very much for the very generous $200 super chat. Nafo, thank you. Joe, thank you. You guys have been so supportive and awesome today. Thank you so much. We're approaching $24,000 raised. Sorry. Go to the y'allsquad.org right now. This is probably, I don't want to talk about it too much. I don't want to spend too much time saying the same thing over and over again. But if you needed one more reminder, you can go to the y'allsquad.org right now and make a tax-deductible official contribution, donation to our nonprofit organization, the Y'all Squad. And we've already got Caleb down there right now trying to figure out what we're going to do with that $20,000 to $30,000 of additional resources that you guys have given us tonight. Let's get an update from him. I went in there to refresh his feed and nothing happened. So I think he's just completely without internet. He must be in Hendersonville and not have much, just internet access. Now he's got Starlink, he's got First Alert, like emergency services, like internet access through cell towers. He's got it all. The Hall Force One is decked out. So something is bound to get through here if we hit the right channels. Caleb, you got a copy? I can't wait. At some point, we're going to do a video on that thing, guys. I don't know if you guys remember way back in the day when I was storm chasing a little bit, I had the Storm Seeker. The Storm Seeker is baby stuff compared to what we've got going on with the Hall Force One. It's a state of the art, I would say, in terms of like what a storm chasing vehicle could be. Not in terms of like getting inside of a tornado. It's not like the Dominator, but just having connectivity and like data control and all this stuff. There's nothing out there like it. It's very cool. Yep, it looks like that tower camera near Lexington is offline because nothing changed as the core of the storm moved over the camera. But we do have still some rotation here moving up towards Grassy and Anderson, so make sure you're in your safe spot. But I don't think we have gotten any confirmation of a tornado with that storm. Lots of strong storms getting ready to come into Alabama, though, from the west here. Most of these are just hail and wind. But we'll keep you updated on if any of these start looking a little bit more tornadic. Back down here on our really interesting storm near Stonewall, Mississippi, this is also still rotating, but not enough to even consider for a tornado warning anymore. So that's good news. Ryan, there's a church in Clarksville, Tennessee. It's the Mosaic Church, and they have food and water and shelter available. Thank you for that. Reed Timmer, I think he was chasing. I think he was further south though. I think he might have been in Mississippi.
All right. Hey Ryan, when you got a second?
There he is. Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
I'm going to give you a quick update. So right now I have gone back to Hendersonville. I've come across pretty substantial damage. The reason my camera's not working is actually because the battery backup that...
Oh no, we've lost him again. Sounds like maybe even Hull Force 1 took damage. Well, we know that Caleb's okay, and he's out there doing what he needs to do for the Y'all Squad, and that's what matters. The battery backup needs a backup. That, yep. Add it to the list. We'll do it. This is our first real test with that vehicle anyway, so it's bound to be some problems. Before we end the stream today, I do want to make sure we get an official, full-fledged update from Caleb as to what's going on in Hendersonville, just so we can have the full picture. So somebody just said, I'm in Smyrna and the wind just got colder. Or Smyrna. That makes sense because there's a cold front coming through. That's awesome. I don't know what's going on with my voice. But yeah, the cold front, this line right here is the cold front. Behind it, things are going to get much, much cooler. In fact, some of these places, especially in north central Tennessee and especially in Kentucky, are going to see snow tomorrow. Not a lot, but some like back, those little scraggly bands that come off of Lake Michigan whenever a big cold front like this comes through. That is possible. Let's see. Let's see if I can show you guys that visually. Yeah, just not necessarily as far west as Nashville, but definitely some of Tennessee. Let me show you. Let me show you what I'm cooking here. Hope this works. Oh, yes. Okay, so this is the NAM 3-kilometer model. This is what the storms will look like. This is a simulation of what the radar could look like tonight into tomorrow. Got that big line. Completely linear by 1 a.m. Still strong winds in places like Birmingham. Even my neck of the woods here in eastern Kentucky could get hit by some thunder and some lightning and some strong winds. But the winds get a little bit stronger, as we go into the night, into the early morning hours, and then into the day tomorrow. We're very quickly going to get below freezing. So right now it's 65 degrees where I am. It was 70 degrees earlier today. As soon as 6 p.m. tomorrow, it's going to be snowing here as the backside of the cold front starts to get filled in with the really cold air. And the Appalachian Mountains in Virginia, North Carolina, and West Virginia are going to see some really intense snowfall, probably from about 8 or 9 p.m. All the way through 4 a.m. on Monday. That's going to explode into a powerhouse of a system in upstate New York, Vermont, even portions of Pennsylvania could see some heavy snow, and then just a little bit of heavy snow on the backside for New York City, maybe. Boston, you could get some flurries on the very backside, but for the most part, as far as snow goes, it's an Appalachian Mountain winter, and maybe up into the maybe in eastern portions of Pennsylvania, you guys could see some decent snow as well. This is just one model run. But I mean, just look at how this is a big storm. This is going to be a very impactful storm for millions of people up and down the East Coast, not only because of the snow, but there's going to be some severe weather tomorrow in the Carolinas as well. And into Monday, we're going to see that probably pretty significant wind event early Monday morning in the Outer Banks region. But look at this. I want to show you. I want to see if this is still showing some crazy wind speeds here over the ocean. Yeah, look at that. As we approach, 11 a.m. on Monday, over the ocean. Okay, this is not going to be like an inland threat as much as it is just going to be a really impressive stat from this storm. We're talking about 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts over the Atlantic Ocean, and some of that is going to bleed into the coastal areas of Massachusetts. I do believe Cape Cod's going to see at least a couple hurricane-force wind gusts. Maybe even portions of Rhode Island and the southeastern portion of New Hampshire and Maine may also get in on that. The eastern Maine and portions of Nova Scotia are obviously going to get hammered by strong winds, but this is a really, really powerful system that's going to be moving through. Also, talk about a tornado outbreak out here in the middle of the ocean for these fish. There's probably going to be a pretty significant water spout outbreak on the southeastern side of this thing. Look at this. Significant tornado parameter values up near 12, 13, 14 out here. So yeah, just a really dynamic system, and we're not even halfway done with it after tonight. I'll have likely another extra video in the morning going over some more details with this, but for now, that's what it's looking like. But yeah, a little bit of flurries, a little bit of snow in portions of Tennessee, 9 p.m. tomorrow up into Kentucky. Unfortunately, Nashville points west. I don't think you guys are going to see any snow. Yeah, if you guys know any fish, let them know. Here's some of the damage from Springfield, Tennessee. This is being sent in from Devon. Matt S., thank you for the very generous $50 super chat. I appreciate all the support, guys. I know I've missed some of these, and I really apologize, but I'm just trying to go over as much stuff as possible. Really, there's not much to talk about on the radar right now that we haven't already discussed. Lots of storms, lots of rain, lots of severe weather. Not much in the way of new tornadic activity, which is great news. Big storms getting ready to move through northwestern portions of Alabama, all the way through Mississippi. Nothing to really hone in on right now. That's why I'm taking a moment to try to figure out what's going on in Hendersonville and Clarksville and figure out what our plan is for the Y'all Squad. This is from the city of Clarksville. Emergency shelter is located at the Northeast High School. It's at 3701 Trenton Road in Clarksville. Fire says, how do I donate? If you want to make a contribution to our nonprofit organization, we made it earlier this year. It's called the Y'all Squad. If you want to donate to that, the way to do it is to go to theyallsquad.org. Our mods are going to post links in the chat right now. And you just click the button on the website. It looks like this. Y'allsquad.org. This is what it looks like. Hit this button. You'll see some videos of, it's a website. You hit this button. One time or monthly. You can do 10, 50, or 100, or a custom amount as long as it's above $3. Hit next. Type in your credit card stuff. I believe PayPal's even an option, and it's very simple. It's very fast. And it's once again, it's an official nonprofit organization, and you'll get a receipt, a thank you, and all that kind of stuff. So this is the best way to do it. And then our team, the Y'all Squad, will be working together to get supplies and everything down there as fast as possible. We've already got Caleb there right now. And I think if we just had one more push, if you're just now tuning in, and you haven't had the opportunity to donate yet, I think one more good push of a bunch of people going over there is going to push us over the $30,000 raised mark, which is incredible for just a couple of hours. You guys are awesome, and it's awesome that we've been able to do this for almost every significant tornado that's happened so far this year. We've been able to help. Wow. I'm retweeting some more damage photos and stuff. At Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. Just giving you a quick update. We are in Monticello, Kentucky, ahead of this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Supposedly this storm has up to 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts with it, so we're going to sit here for just a minute. We are in a radar hole, so it's untelling what's actually coming at us, so we'll report back here in just a little bit.
That's Chris Hall. We're going to sit back and wait and see what happens with that. And we're also waiting to hear more from Caleb. The Clarksville School of Fine Arts for Children was completely destroyed and lost $40,000 worth of equipment, props, and some presents. What is a radar hole? A radar hole is an area. So this is the radar, right? And right now, it looks like it's only raining in this circle. But that's not true. I'm looking at one radar, and, they can only see out so far. If I wanted to see what's happening in eastern Kentucky, I click on this radar and I can see more of it. A radar hole is an unfortunate area of the United States where there is no radar that's close enough to them to actually see what's going on. The farther away you get from where the radar is, the more the harder it is to see what's going on, like through the radar. So like right here in this area south of Somerset, Kentucky, there's not the two closest radars are very far away. So there's no good way of actually monitoring the radar returns here. So we call that a radar hole. The solution would be for a new radar in Somerset or somewhere close like that. So, you know, we always like to mention that as much as possible. Everybody that's watching this, if you live in the United States, you pay taxes for this. And, you know, you pay the same amount of taxes in Monticello as you do in, I don't know, West Liberty. But West Liberty, Kentucky has much better radar coverage than you. Why? I don't know. That's something that maybe you should talk to your local officials about. At least get the conversation started, you know? Can South Carolina get snow? Yeah, but not anything significant anytime soon. I'm going to try Caleb one more time. Caleb, last time you tried to come through, it was a little spotty. I don't think we heard everything you had to say. So if you got some time, just give us another update whenever you get a chance. Oh, he's trying, but like...
Yeah, Ryan, right now I'm just
Okay.
trying to get into the general area, kind of where the debris field is. Police have it pretty much completely shut down. I have seen some pretty substantial tree damage, some damage to homes, and then just what I've seen on Twitter has been pretty crazy. Some extremely significant and like heart-wrenching photos. I'm just trying to get into that affected area right now so we can do a damage assessment for the Y'all Squad and see really what they need most. As we're kind of waiting to hear back from emergency managers and police departments.
You mentioned something about your camera, but it got cut off last time. What's up with that?
Yeah, the backup battery came unplugged, so everything we have in the truck is run off of a power inverter and a backup battery just to give us like a buffer, and the backup battery came unplugged while we were, I'm guessing, driving at some point during the chase. And the battery died, so I'm just waiting for the battery to get a little more juice, and I'll have the camera back up anytime here.
Yep, looks like we need a backup battery for the backup battery. Ariella says, thanks for everything. Can you please let us know what's going on in Baytown, Texas? It's loud, windy, and tons of lightning. Yeah, there's some big storms down here in Texas, all the way as far south as Port Lavaca, all the way up past Houston, Galveston, and probably the biggest storm right now is over here near Beaumont. There's a severe thunderstorm warning, 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are getting ready to move in. So that you're just receiving the tail end of the cold front here. Nothing tornadic in Texas tonight. Just some good old-fashioned Texas storms. Pretty concerning-looking storm actually moving into the Amory, Mississippi area. Not necessarily concerning from a tornadic sense, but just strong damaging winds and very large hail. The Y'all Squad was down here not too long ago doing our thing after the horrific Rolling Fork and Amory tornadoes. And I remember being in this area and just realizing how, compared to where I'm from anyways, how flat everything is. So there's definitely some really strong straight line damaging winds. that are going to be associated with this. And then right down here, you've got some really big hail. That's why we've got that considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the 2-inch in diameter hail moving towards Aberdeen. Chelsea says, thank you from Spring Hill, Tennessee. Thank you. I was actually, not recently, but I was in Spring Hill, Tennessee not too long ago for the solar eclipse of 2017. That's where we went and experienced totality. We're going to do that again in April of 2024, not in Tennessee, but probably somewhere in Illinois here. If you guys didn't know about that, there's probably one of the last chances in our lifetimes of seeing a total solar eclipse of the magnitude that we're going to see here in the United States. That one of the last opportunities for that's going to be in April of 2024. So if you are interested in that, you should definitely check that out. There's going to be more eclipses, but one like this that actually crosses through multiple major cities and kind of slices the entire country in half, that gives everybody an opportunity. Not going to happen again for quite some time. Probably going to see a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for this storm moving towards Gainesboro, Tennessee. See that backward C shape. A lot of times when we're doing coverage, we focus on the hooks, right? The hook echoes and the debris balls and all that stuff. But when specifically for severe weather, in a linear system like this, sometimes you look for this to indicate areas where stronger winds are occurring. So straight line damaging winds are definitely possible in Gainesboro over the next little bit. The storm that's approaching Murfreesboro doesn't look that intense, but certainly going to be some lightning and some rain and some wind. April 8th, 2024. Yep. UP Dave with the massive $400 super chat. Thank you so much. Everybody say thank you to UP Dave. Cassie says, do you take volunteers in the Y'all Squad? That is something that we're going to do in the future. We're not there yet. We're not there to where we can handle what I think would be a massive positive outpouring of support from you guys. We don't have the ability to manage a bunch of volunteers just yet, if that makes sense. But we're working on it. Caleb Beecham is that's part of his job, is developing a system, and eventually that's going to be a real thing. It's like not only like, hey, you can go here and donate, but you could also go here and sign up to be a volunteer and help us go clean up and run the food distribution and all that stuff. So just stay tuned. That'll be a thing. Okay, it's official. The y'allsquad.org has officially surpassed $30,000 in gross donations today. Thank you so much. That's huge. That's big. 967 of you guys have donated with an average donation of $31. And oh my gosh, I got to say a huge shout out to Melissa Brown for the very generous $1,000 contribution. And Eric Mathewson for also a $1,000 contribution to the Y'all Squad Fund. Thank you all so much. And seriously, as soon as tonight and into early tomorrow, it's going to be put to use. We're just trying to figure out exactly what people need right now. Huntsville, Alabama. You've still got this big area of thunderstorms that's approaching you. it's going to storm tonight. I don't want to say anything else other than that. You just need to pay attention to warnings, and hopefully you've got a radar app or something that you're tracking these storms on, because, you know, there's probably going to be a severe thunderstorm warning at least tonight. And if you want to track that, you should, and make sure you have a plan just in case a more intense or more, like a tornado warning or something were to come through. It's not out of the question, but also not likely. No tornado warnings right now, guys. And the video feed that you're seeing up here is from where's that from? I've already forgot. Oh, no, it's from Gainesboro. So there's a pretty strong storm getting ready to hit Gainesboro, Tennessee, and that's where the live video feed is coming from right now. That's actually really intense. Watch the lightning illuminate the landscape out there, and you can see the shelf cloud as well. Of course, it pauses as soon as I say that. Okay, here we go. Sorry for taking breaks to take bites here. It's the first thing I've eaten today. It's slim chickens for everybody that's asking. Okay, we got an official update from a reputable news source here. The death toll in Tennessee has risen to 6. 3 from Clarksville and 3 in the Nashville area. And obviously, the search and rescue efforts are still ongoing especially around Nashville right now, because that storm happened just not too long ago. An official update from the Montgomery County, Tennessee government as well. At this time, we can confirm that 3 people are deceased, 2 adults and 1 child, as a result of the tornado that touched down this afternoon. Additionally, 23 people have been treated at the hospital. We are still in the search and rescue phase of this disaster, and will provide updates as we receive confirmation. Mayor Wes Golden stated that this is a sad day for our community. We are praying for those who are injured, lost loved ones, and lost their homes. This community pulls together like no other, and we will be here until the end. Once again, guys, Northeast High School, located at 3701 Trenton Road, is set up as a Red Cross shelter for anyone who has been displaced or is in need of assistance. Wow. Yeah, I'm still just filtering through some of the videos and stuff that we've received today. Probably still one of the more impressive ones was the one from our Stormchaser, Caleb Beecham. Probably the first real video footage that a lot of people saw from the Clarksville tornado. This is that. This is earlier today.
Here it goes, guys. Tornado on the ground right in front of us. Clarksville, you guys need to be in your shelter. Huge power flashes. Huge power flashes. There's no sirens yet, guys. No sirens. Big tornado on the ground. Here it goes, guys. Tornado on the ground right in front of us. Clarksville, you guys need to be in your shelter.
Well,
huge power flashes.
We just got a tornado warning. That it does not include most of Murfreesboro, but the southeastern side of Murfreesboro is actually included in this. And it's from this. Here's your storm. Here's the cold front, the colder air trying to surge out in front of it, allowing for the warm air to get kind of sucked in like this. That is leading to some rotation.
Hey, Ryan, whenever you've got a second.
Right here around Link. I don't think that there's a tornado down with that yet, but it could happen at any moment. And it's moving towards Steeplechase Meadows, and it could actually happen right around the time it crosses Interstate 24 south of Murfreesboro. So if you guys are in that area, take shelter right now. Let's get an update from Caleb. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to give you one kind of final update from me for the night. Pretty much law enforcement has the entire city completely shut down. Anywhere that was affected by the tornado is currently shut down. However, I did speak with one police officer that kind of gave me the rundown on what.
He cut off again. Well, it sounds like law enforcement obviously has the town shut down as search and rescue continues. Now, what our goal is not only Caleb, but there's a lot of other people involved in this, is we're trying to get a hold of emergency managers and other people who might be able to help us get in there tomorrow. Not for any other reason other than to try to figure out, okay, fast, who needs help? Who doesn't have the ability to wait on insurance here? That's what we're here for. Okay, now what do you need? So I know for a fact that we've got a lot of emergency managers, fire department. You're monitoring this stream right now in your headquarters and in your war rooms and whatever. If there's any way that you guys can help us out and give us some direction, or if there's any way that we can help you out, feel free to reach out and let us know. info@theyallsquad.org is a good place to start. Or info@ryanhallyall.com. Yeah, the storm, the Murfreesboro storm, honestly, it doesn't look that impressive, but it could. So that's why we're watching it. Soup Sandwich, thanks for being a member for 32 months. That's a long time. Thank you. M. Mopar, thanks for being a member for 20 months. Cookeville, you've still got the line of storms approaching you. I mean, it's only 8:30, 7:30. I'd say just stay up until that line passes, and you'll be good to go. Unlikely that anything crazy happens with that in Cookeville, but you never know. Yeah, Murfreesboro, especially, Murfreesboro takes shelter now. Sharpsville, Milton, all these places are in the path of a pretty dangerous storm that has the ability to try to produce a tornado here. It's not happening yet, but it could happen soon. Ryan, how long have you been doing weather stuff for? Forever, for a long time. I was people like Andy and I think were, for whatever reason, just born with where we were bitten by a bug at a really early age that made us interested in it. But if you're talking about like what I'm doing right now, I've been doing this for going on 3 years on YouTube. Yeah, we do have a Discord. If somebody wants to put the Discord link in there, if anybody is interested in talking with a bunch of, I think we've got, 20,000 weather nerds in there. Something like that. Nashville OEM says they have teams assessing the damage and looking for patients. Unfortunately, we can confirm that there was also 3 fatalities in the Nashville area. I know we've got a lot of people watching in Murfreesboro right now. You are under a tornado warning. I know the sirens are going off. I've got their latest radar scan right here. There's not much that I can tell you other than a tornado may be trying to develop right here. I don't think it's happening right now, but it may be trying to develop near Steep Chase Meadows. And if it does, then it's going to cross Interstate 24 and go towards Pleasant View and Floriton. So all you can do is take shelter. So if you're already doing that, then just stay with me, stay tuned, and we will let you know every step of the way, like what other sort of updates we have. Right now, that's all the information I have for you. I saw somebody in the chat say that they live in Murfreesboro and they are freaking out. Don't freak out. It's going to be all right. Flight Tracks, thank you so much for that very generous super chat. Chris Myers, you too. Somebody asked for an update on the Y'all Squad. We're at 33,000 now. Oh my goodness. Tornado damage on Nesbitt Lane in Nashville, where at least 3 people were killed. Search and rescue is still ongoing. That's definitely some significant damage there. Update on Kentucky. Kentucky's fine. Like there's we've got the one strong storm in extreme southeastern Kentucky moving into Monticello now, but it's not anything significant. We've got pretty much a line of gusty showers getting ready to move through the vast majority of eastern Kentucky. It's going through Lexington now. The winds will pick up a little bit tonight. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, we got an unwarned, currently severe warned, but definitely spin up tornado to the north and east of Aberdeen, Mississippi, headed right towards the KGWX radar in northeastern Mississippi. So I would look at that. You could definitely see it on reflectivity. It's got a little curly Q there and has persisted for a couple frames with a debris signature on correlation coefficient.
All right, thank you so much. Andy, driving our attention back down towards Mississippi. This is the storm I was talking about earlier, south of Amory, Mississippi. We've got this little curly Q, like Andy was talking about here, where a little tornado is trying to sneak out of this line. Okay, the main thing here for most people who will be hit by the storm, the main thing you got to be concerned about is the hail and the wind, but we do have little instances where a spin-up tornado could happen. This might actually move through the general Athens area. So get ready in Athens, Westville, and Quincy. If not for a tornado, then at least for an extremely strong storms with tornado-like winds. So take shelter for that one. David G., thank you. Is Tom's River, New Jersey going to get snow? Yeah, I think that you'll get some snow in New Jersey, but not a lot. It's going to be on the backside. It'll be fleeting. It'll be starving of moisture. And yeah, I think that this is not it. This is not the big New Jersey storm for this year. But definitely you've got a chance for some backside heavy snow showers at least. The gamer says, thank you for sharing the information in such a clear, calm tone. In Murfreesboro, I've never gotten one of these notifications before. Very unnerving. Sirens are going on everywhere. But I'm calm. That's good. That's good. Yeah, it's obviously a very sketchy and unnerving situation to be under a tornado warning, especially whenever there's a bunch of sounds going on with that. You've got thunder, you've got the sound of wind, you've got the tornado sirens and everything. The last thing you need is for the weatherman to be screaming and hollering at you too. But yeah, this Murfreesboro storm, thankfully it doesn't look like it's getting much stronger. There's definitely some rotation here. Can't rule out a tornado trying to form in that general vicinity, south and west of Tulip Hill Estates. It's getting ready to cross over Interstate 24 right now towards Pleasant View, Florton, and Cottrell. But as of right now, I don't think there's a tornado down with that. We've just got to assume that there might be one soon, and we're going to go ahead and take shelter anyways. Yeah, so Caleb Stormchaser, Caleb Beecham is going to get a hotel in the Nashville area tonight. I'm going to get some rest. He actually left out of here, out of eastern Kentucky at 6 a.m. this morning, made the very long drive to Clarksville, Tennessee, got there just in time to intercept the first big tornado of the day, and then drove all the way to Nashville and was one of the first people there after that big tornado hit. So obviously he needs some rest. He's going to go rest up, and then hopefully tomorrow morning we will have some information for him as to what he needs to do next. We've got Secretary Chandra I'm sure, working on stuff, and we'll be on the phones and everything tomorrow. There's currently not, I repeat, not a tornado on the ground in Murfreesboro. I'm seeing a lot of confusion in the chat. There is a tornado warning for Murfreesboro, which means that you should take shelter just in case this storm decides to produce a tornado, and it very well might, but it's not happening right now. Get into the most interior room of your home, or preferably underground.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The the sound for the warnings is a little bugged, or at least it was on my end there. Did you guys hear that? The sirens have stopped in Murfreesboro. Honestly, the rotation that initially, prompted the tornado warning in Murfreesboro is no longer there. Steffi says, my son is in Hendersonville and he's safe. Thank you, Ryan, for this coverage. I'm glad to hear that. So the big fireball explosion we've seen from the what was it, the Henderson or the Goodlettsville tornado? Let me show you. I'm thinking now, like we've been assessing the potential path. I'm thinking now that this was probably a big electric substation that was hit. Yeah, I mean, you can see the power obviously flickers with the big explosion, and then it goes off with the big plume of fire there. So, and if you go look at the map, the only thing there that would be that explosive is a fairly large electric substation. So that's what that was. There's also a bunch of Stormchasers in Murfreesboro right now, and they're not reporting anything, so it's good news. Yeah, this is, I mean, this is one of the craziest tornado videos. The explosion was so, like, tornadoes are big. I don't know exactly what the LCLs were like today. I don't know how tall this tornado specifically was, but like in a matter of seconds, the smoke plume completely was as large as the tornado. So that's a huge explosion. Very big. All right, back to Murfreesboro. Yeah, the rotation is like gone. So this tornado warning should be allowed to expire soon. Hey, Ryan, well, the cell south of Murfreesboro seems to have some rotation with it. Care to check it out? The cell, well, first of all, what we have now are a bunch of linear segments. So, you know, I wouldn't necessarily call this a cell, but I see what you're talking about, and I wouldn't be too worried about it. I would just, if there's a severe thunderstorm warning issued or a tornado warning issued tonight, I would, you know, treat that as you would. More than likely, if something comes out of this, it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible. So just, it's a similar situation to what we saw in Mississippi. Straight line damaging winds, a little spin up tornado. They happen so fast, there's not even time for the National Weather Service to warn them efficiently. So just keep that in mind. There's just until this line of storm passes you tonight, you're not completely in the clear, but it's not like a huge threat. We are no longer experiencing the tornado outbreak that we were earlier today. That part of this storm is over, okay? So yeah, the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to get some rest tonight and start early tomorrow with our plans for what's going to happen with the Y'all Squad. Once again, thanks to you guys going to theyallsquad.org, all 1,002 of you with an average donation of $33.19, we have raised just today $33,257 for the Y'all Squad, which is amazing. Thank you guys so much for that. We're going to put it to good use. And if you haven't got a chance to donate yet, please consider doing so over at theyallsquad.org. And we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. We aren't quite done, though, because we do have a couple of unwarned spin-up tornadoes along the line in Louisiana. That's specifically in the south center of the state to the east of DeRidder. West of Oakdale. So that's north of Lake Charles and southwest of Alexandria for you to catch where that is exactly. Use KPOE. So you can see a couple of debris signatures. They're very small around Grant and Middy and Dry Creek. They're in Louisiana and Allen Parish.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. These storms down here are not even severe warned. So that's how sneaky these linear spin-up tornadoes can be. All right. We've got multiple different areas where there's enough rotation, enough, ingredients available, for a tornado to briefly form. So, keep that in mind. And this is going to be a quick hitting line. And once it gets past you, it's going to get cooler and the severe weather threat is over. But until it does pass you, if you're east of this line tonight, keep that in mind. Strong winds, hail, and maybe even an isolated tornado or two, even if they're only brief, they're possible. And, it doesn't really matter to you if it's brief, if it just happens to happen in your neighborhood. There's no difference to you between a long track weak tornado and a 30-second weak tornado if it hits your house. And my goodness, guys, I don't know what's going on with my voice. And that's going to continue throughout much of the night. Okay, we've got another big backward C bow echo moving into the Jackson, Mississippi area. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple spin up tornadoes on the front side of that as well. All of Mississippi is going to get eventually hit by some of these storms. Same thing for north central Alabama. And then, Middle Tennessee, you're mostly done. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire in Tennessee. And yeah, we're winding down now. For the rest of the night, the storms will become less intense, but that doesn't change the fact that we will probably see a couple more tornadoes or straight line damaging wind events. In fact, we're probably going to see another tornado warning right here in a couple seconds for this little notch right here northeast of Belleville in Tennessee. If the next scan with the velocity shows anything more intense than that, then we'll probably see it there south of Shelbyville in Tennessee. So that kind of stuff's going to happen all night. And you need to make sure you've got a way of getting the warnings. Okay, you got to make sure if you do go to sleep, obviously you should go to sleep tonight. But when you go to sleep, you got to make sure you have some way of getting woken up. I always recommend the NOAA weather radio, but if you don't have one, phone, make sure the alerts are turned on. How you get amber alerts and flash flood warnings and stuff on your phone. And yeah, because this is going to go all the way until, maybe the early morning hours into central portions of Alabama. And at some point here soon, I'm going to have to end this stream and start working on what we're going to be focusing on in Middle Tennessee for our Y'all Squad relief efforts. We've got to talk to Caleb about what's going on there, and our vice president and our secretary of the Y'all Squad and everything like that. We just got to make sure we're doing it. We're making sure all of your contributions are put to good use and fast. That's the point, right? You guys are here, everybody contributes, and we make use of it very quickly. So that's the goal now. Even though I am going to end the stream here soon, it doesn't mean that the weather stops happening. So once again, make sure you have a way of getting warnings on your own. But please do subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. And also go over to my other channel, Ryan Hall Y'all Extra. Subscribe to that one as well, because I'm going to have a video very soon talking about the upcoming effects of the rest of this storm for the Northeast and the East Coast. Thanks to you guys sharing the stream today. We peaked out at around 77,000 viewers during the peak of the stream. We reached 1 million people in a very short period of time. That's a lot of people who got life-saving information that probably wouldn't have got it as quickly or as efficiently as they did if it wasn't for you sharing and helping us get the word out about this stream. So thank you so much for that. And I'd like to keep going all night, but we do got to get to work. All right. And I'll see you on the extra channel very soon. And I think that's it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to throw in here before we wrap it up, but I think we're good. Yeah. Thank you all so much for the donations, the y'allsquad.org. Here's one last graphic for you. New tornado watch was just issued for Chattanooga, Dalton, Georgia, Gadsden, Alabama, Scottsboro, Alabama. So this goes all the way out to 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Couple tornadoes possible. Hail up to quarter size possible. So like I said, these storms are going to carry all the way through. It looks like northwest Georgia now. So I don't think we're going to see a repeat of what we saw in Nashville, though, for the rest of the night. If you haven't got an opportunity yet, please go to the y'allsquad.org, make a tax-deductible contribution to our 501c3 nonprofit organization. And we're going to put that to good use tomorrow. I will see you all in the next one. Okay? Goodbye.